What's going on, Byron?
What's going on, Eric? How are you, my buddy?
I'm all right. I was at the LPGA Championship earlier today, so I didn't really watch a lot of Travelers until the end, and then only to find out we'll figure it out tomorrow.
It was good. It was really good. Golf towards the end with Scotty and Victor.
Yeah. I saw the last two holes, just to give you context. I saw the last two holes.
Well, they struggled severely with getting to grips with the new conditions of the golf course, because it just goes to show how firm these places land up playing. And then when you just water the courses, how quickly the spin becomes an inhibiting factor for some of these guys. You know, some guys do not know how to get a pitching wedge to the back flag locations on really spinny, receptive greens. And there were some chips that ran far, like the greens were rolling fast still, but they were really soft, which was weird. So Scotty ran a couple by, chipped a couple by, that kind of stuff. So, it was really interesting to see. Playoff tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time.
Going back to what you said about couldn't get used to the playing conditions, high spin golfers can't get them to back pins. This is like the Rory McIlroy, argument or whatever topic of discussion whenever he's on soft courses. Well, then you also watch him and say Grant Horvat do a TaylorMade, video or whatever on the TaylorMade, and they talk about spin. And sure enough, there's Rory hitting a ball going, yeah, this one should be 11,000 RPMs. Oh, I'll hit one 9,000 RPMs. Oh, I'll hit one 8,000 RPMs. Like, he has control. I get it that not all golfers can have control, but even if we go back to Rory, when we watch him play on soft conditions that spin a lot, he kind of sucks. Like, it's the weirdest thing. Can you not club up and hit an 80% shot?
I think I like Rory at soft places because of his driver. The softer, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah,
for him, because the driver, when the fairways are softer, he's so inaccurate that a drive that's going 340 could be offline by 1 degree, but because it's not going 300, it's now found the edge of the fairway and it lands 6 feet from the rough. But because the fairways are soft, it lands there and stays. When a fairway's firm, that foot, those 6 feet mean nothing because it's bouncing through into the rough. So I think it helps him with the driver, and with him just finding fairways, then it makes bad wedge play a little easier because he's not hitting it from the rough. But even when he is hitting it from the rough, he's hitting from the rough, which takes off the spin. And I've always thought, I can't imagine a professional ever telling anybody they'd prefer to hit from the first cut or the rough because of the spin. Right. But I've heard Scotty Scheffler say it. It blew my mind. So,
the dude, this is such a great strokes gain stats. Just right away, the thing that pops to my head are strokes gain stats. And you've heard me talk about this for a long time, about my kind of disdain for strokes gain stats, because, well, Byron, if I were to tell you, hey, I'm going to aim to the right side over here, and if I can put it in the rough, wonderful. If not, I'm okay with being in the fairway as well, but I'd like to be in the rough.
Yeah.
Well, not only will that take spin off if I go into the rough, but if that is my execution plan and I execute flawlessly, what happens to my off the tee stats? They're going to get bad. Well, just for that one hole, it's not going to be like life or death, like, oh my God, I'm really bad at driving the golf ball. But then also at the same time, if I hit that next shot closer to the pin, now my strokes gain approach looks really good, and it's hard to just imagine every other hole you want to hit the fairway versus it's okay to be in the rough, every driving hole. And then, let's say your average proximity is 25 feet, 30 feet from the hole, and you hit every green.
Yep.
All of those holes that you're hitting from the rough go close. Let's just pretend they go closer and then all your shots from the fairway are just a little bit, further back than your shots with. Anyways, I'm making a case like this is a perfect case scenario why I'm throwing stats out the door or whatever. It's not going to always work out that way, and it's like one or two shots. And
Yeah.
I've gone obviously long enough on this topic. We don't need to discuss more about that. But yeah, I guess tell me more about the Travelers Championship, or if you want to touch up on what I just said.
Yeah, I mean it rained, it poured. I didn't really get to watch much either because I was out there being Brian Harmon on Saturday yesterday, Darbo.
Oh.
You've played golf with me, and you see my range.
I saw your
my range
scorecard.
of outcomes
Yeah.
is always there. I've got the power to have a chip into some par fours, which I managed to. I chipped one in from about 50 yards. I pitched one in. I pitched it in there from 50 for an eagle, and then I immediately hit that golf ball into the bean fields on the next hole to make an 8. So I went eagle, chipping eagle, 8, and then the next hole I hit a ball under the bridge on a par 3 because the wind was just howling in off the right. It was basically Augusta's 12th hole, but flipped. How this hole looks. I think I'm going to recap this on Fantasy Golf Degenerates. I'm going to pull up the maps and stuff. We're going to recap the Travelers, but I hit it in the water and the bridge, and then I pitched in again to save par from like 45, 50 yards again. And
holy,
yeah,
Byron,
it was far enough that I could put a scuff mark on the ball, from the pitch because it was a brand new golf ball, obviously. So
the wedge game is strong.
And I also chipped one in as well. I took the flag out and I planned to chip it in, and I chipped it in, man.
Wow.
I had three hole outs, one for birdie, one for eagle, and one for par.
And
so,
what would you say is your average amount of time you can spend a week golfing?
When I'm on the golf course, I get to go.
And how often is that?
Lately, it's been every 2 weeks, maybe once
every other week.
Yeah, maybe let's go three times a month. Is probably right around my range right now.
And you had 3 chip-ins. Buddy, I've been golfing almost at least 5 times a week. I don't remember last time I chipped in. It's getting pretty annoying, to be honest with you. I almost put one in for eagle. I had a really good shot, rolled right next to the hole. I thought it was going down, but that would have been sweet because this is at the qualifying golf course for the 3M. So I've been practicing that course a lot.
Let's go, man. Let's go. But you give yourself, this is where I give myself many, many chipping opportunities the way I hit my golf ball. So, Darbo, I had an 8 and 4 7s and shot an 82. Like that was the day I had. It was the most bizarre day. I was holding putts from I had a couple long putts. It is what it is. Recapping what's happened here at the whatchamacallit, the Travelers. Let's dive in here.
I'm going to segue what you just said about your 82. Your round of golf reminds me of Victor Hovland because yours is more in a squished, and I'll explain what I mean by all of this. Victor Hovland can go tournaments basically shooting the equivalent of you shooting 100.
Sure.
And then he can go tournaments where he's shooting 64, like the equivalent of you shooting 64. Like he just gets absolutely hot.
Yeah.
And so your round of golf, why I said it reminds me is I even said on my stream, I want to play Victor Hovland this week because it's a no cut event. The guy is birdies and bogeys all the way. Like he is the epitome of peaks and valleys when it comes to scoring and just performance.
Yeah.
His valleys are bad and his peaks are really good.
This is his fourth round.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is your scorecard, basically, just in a pro version of it.
Fair, very fair. And the thing with Victor that's very interesting, and I think in general when it comes to like handicapping golfers and things like that, is I've been every time I see him on the screen, I think about how much I'm obsessed about how good he is from a specific range inside 100 to 200, which I really like this week. But the
Mhm.
model wasn't liking him as much because he's only had really one good result in the last while. So he's like overall long term baseline, or let's say his medium term baseline has been really poor. But his long term baseline for his like entire pro career, we know this is the FedEx champion. This is the
Yeah.
guy that won at the BMW Championships, the guy that's finished second at the Open, kind of stuff, or fourth at the Open, whatever. He's a major contender. He's a good golfer. His baseline is his ceiling is unattainable by some golfers on PGA Tour. That's just
Yeah.
simple as that. He's too
Agreed.
talented to be playing as badly as he has been, and it seems like it's something. It puts me on to the next thing I want to chat about is if a specific golf course like allows Victor to hit more irons from 100 to 200 than most other venues, and that's the best range he is, but he's still a bad putter, bad chipper. Just the fact that he gets to avoid hitting as many long irons as possible, can that confidence, the pressure of bad shots spilling over into other areas of your game, and the confidence you get from hitting good shots from ranges that you really excel from,
Mhm.
spills over into the other areas of your game, and then all of a sudden you find some confidence with your putter. I mean, he's putting nicely this week. He's chipping nicely. That was at least today. I think these are the tournament long stats. So hilariously, I would have gone to him because of his iron play, and it's the one area that he hasn't even gained strokes this week. Everything else is where he's done it, but that's how I would have got on him. And we know that just with one good finish at the RBC Canadian, maybe he's back. Then he missed the cut at the US Open that made people sour. So if you don't overreact and just kind of look at one really good finish with him, you never know.
I was building lineups Wednesday night for myself, like I usually do on my members only streams. I was putting Scheffler with Hovland until Joanne, of all people, I'm not saying that in a negative way, it's just Joanne goes, Hovland's still nursing a thumb injury or something like that. And I was like, oh, I didn't even hear about that. Honestly, Byron, I didn't know. And then I didn't do the research to try to figure out if that's even a true statement. I just took it for the truth. So guess who didn't put Hovland in a lot of his Scheffler lineups because of that news? And that, I mean that like Joanne is a great follower of yours and mine, a great viewer,
Of our
like,
shows. Yes.
so I there was no reason for me not to, to believe it. I don't think she said that in a negative way, but it was just like, I didn't ask her where she got her information from. I didn't do any deep dive whatsoever. I just was like, oh yeah, okay, but then no, I don't want to play him.
And maybe he is still injured with the thumb.
Yeah, that's true.
And when your expectations, again, Victor Hovland has been pro by aliens for certain. So like mentally, you need to keep yourself aware that there's a million things going on upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes if you have an injury, your expectation levels are significantly less.
Mm-hmm.
And that can reduce anxiety for results and expectations. And you just land up playing good golf. Some of the best golf I played, in high school, I think I broke 80 for like the first time. I shot a 78 around a really difficult golf course, and I was throwing up all morning. I went there, I was like, fuck, I'm sick, but I was playing with a really like good looking girl. But it didn't hurt the case there. So
I mean, you remember Michael Jordan back in the day had the flu game, if you've ever heard of that. I also there was one I used to bowl back in the day. So
Lebowski.
Yeah, right. I've had my best bowling game while sick. I've had my best basketball game while sick, and I've had one of my best golf rounds while sick. And there's something about it because I think you don't have enough energy to really keep track of everything around you.
Mm-hmm.
You're just like, all right, I just need to get to this shot, put all my energy into this shot, and then you just walk to the next ball with your eyes closed sometimes because you're just feeling that miserable. And then you just go, okay, here's the next shot. It's right in front of me. This is what I got to do. And I think also you're not as strong. You're not as twitchy. You're just kind of slow and methodical with your movements, And I think that's probably really good for tempo, and that's
Yep.
really good for a lot of things when it comes to golf.
And bowling.
Yeah, and bowling. Yeah, absolutely.
And you've got a built-in excuse. Like if you hit a bad shot, you already know why the shot was bad. It wasn't because you hit a bad shot. You still took, like at functioning at 75, 85%.
Sure.
But you're sick. So you're like, oh, bad shot. I'm sick. Yeah. Whatever. And then those don't show up as much.
Right. And perhaps you just don't have what you just said there. What I heard is, I don't have any expectations. I'm just going to go out and just get it over with,
Exactly. So, shout out Chad Candles, who I think you were sitting 9th or 7th in the Mayo one and done.
Ooh.
And we were chatting about if you wanted to go with Wyndham or Sam Burns this week.
Who did I go with?
And landed up going with Ben Griffin. We finished T10. Had a bit of a poor back nine, unfortunately, but he's really starting to find some momentum, is old Ben Griffin lately. And rightfully so. He's ridiculously priced when it comes to the DraftKings world. He's leading the market over here. Shout out a little Emiliano Grillo teaser for you boys and girls. Unfortunate for you there, Chaddy. But Wyndham Clark might have been the play, my friend. Darbo.
Yeah.
I wish you saw this shot, because this shot here from Wyndham on 17 was from the middle of the fairway. He rinsed one short of the green, and it was like a 9-iron from like 140 yards or something.
Oh, wow.
or 120. It was like, why is he hitting 9-iron? I think it was, the flag was at the back, on the back shelf, and he's a very spinny,
very
spinny
spinning
player, right? So I'd imagine he wanted to try and knock off that spin, and he just miscued it. He thinned it, like he scalded into the water kind of thing. It came out really low, and water ball hit the next wedge, rightfully to like 9 feet, and boom, made the bogey. So good shot there. But it was the conditions when they are like super soft can really challenge these guys, because some of the, what really separates some of these guys at places like Bay Hill and Murfield Village is how high they can hit it. And some people anyone can hit it low. well, physically anyone is capable of hitting it low, because you can just hit it low. It doesn't require immense strength and club head speed to hit it low. Whereas
in
hitting it
a lot
high,
of ways, if you're trying to hit it low, you're clubbing up and swinging slower.
Exactly. When you're trying to hit it high, you are taking more loft, swinging harder.
Correct.
And people with power can then hit it higher, because they're taking more loft from the same distance, and usually from closer than you are, if you have more power than you anyway. So it's like that is, the beauty of distance in golf. And the soft conditions nullify that, which is kind of fun sometimes, especially when it happens mid-round, when these guys like, ooh, it is more like us, where you get onto the first green and you barely paid on time, get onto the first tee box, you like do 5 rush practice swings to warm up, and then you get on the first green and you 3-jack because you have no idea how fast the greens are,
right,
or slow. That's what they had to deal with. So it was fun to see. Wyndham Clark is now playing some fantastic golf, people.
What was that? Three events in a row of finishing top 5, top 10.
Yeah, we've had a win, a third, a T11, and then another win, and then what is this? 4th, 5th.
I forgot he played the Canadian Open. I didn't think he did.
Yeah, he was. I had him outright at the Canadian Open, dude, and just.
Oof.
And then the next year, guys, it is what it is. So, other guys that were very disappointing, I had a Brian Harmon.
Yep, same
ladder this week for a top 5, a top 10, a top 20.
Damn.
Finished T25, and at this point, probably walking off 13th green, he was 3 shots. So T14, he was cashing the top 20 at least. Prior to the bogey here, he was looking good.
Was this round 2 where he shot a 63, or was it round 3?
It was round 1. He shot a 66, 70, 63 in round 3. Yeah. Beautiful round of golf.
I thought right after that round, I'm like, good. This is exactly what I thought Brian Harman
Yeah.
was going to do. I thought
And
he'd
then,
be an easy top 10.
I mean, look
But
at the start. You went
that's
31,
nuts.
38, and I don't feel like the conditions were that bad. He hit 3 greens. He only hit 2. Like, Brian Harman is one of the most accurate drivers of the golf. He hit 2 fucking fairways, man. You dude, I'm so sick and tired of golfers screwing me over because of their superpower. Russell Henley at the US Open last week couldn't get up and down. I think he went 2 for 13 or 4 for 13 or something around the greens over a stretch of golf in a round. He leads the tour in scrambling. Like, I get that those are diabolical greens, but surely the best scrambler in the world can get up and down half the time. He was missing fairways around there, like that's just what happens. So I don't know. I had Aaron Rye in my one and done, and he was looking good until what the hell was this from Aaron Rye on the back? Water ball on 17 as well. So from the fairway, tough scene. So overall, interesting week. We'll see what happens. Who wins this playoff tomorrow, Darbo? We can dive into. Want to take a look at? We can look at the odds. What Vegas has, DraftKings has Scotty Scheffler minus 146 to basically beat Victor Hovland in a sudden death playoff.
So here's what I feel like. I think Hovland wins because Hovland is better suited for this type of going out there for one hole.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hovland's just going to be dialed.
Okay.
Scotty hasn't played hole 18 well all week.
Yeah.
All week.
That's a good point. By the way, that you obviously saw the 9-footer that he made.
Yep, I saw that. I enjoyed the fist pump too, man. He was fiery. That was great.
Well, he got up and down from that putt, he blew it by. And everyone from that, what I really like, the PGA does some weird stuff with flights. Get rid of the flight scope that changes colors, people. We don't need that. We don't need that. What we do need is you telling us and showing us the lines on the putt.
Oh, yes.
That are similar to the one that is perfect. It sets the expectations for what you can watch and the results that then precede that, So
Agreed.
It was really cool to see that everyone blasted it by the hole on 18, and then the world number 1 golfer did the exact same thing as everybody else. Granted, he'd also probably not calibrate. He probably thought the greens were rolling slow. Who knows? But either way, he had to sink a 9-footer to make golf happen tomorrow. And that was probably like the 5th biggest fist pump he's had.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I think he had a couple big ones more recently. I can't remember when he had like a really big one. Was it at the US Open maybe? I can't recall. But he really showed some emotion somewhere recently. I'm drawing a blank on it. I'll remember it later. But good stuff there from Scotty.
Mm-hmm.
Another shot, I think on 15. Which one was
Byron? Look at his last 3 driving holes. Really, last 4 driving holes.
Yeah.
Just awful.
Yeah.
And by the way, going back to what you were talking about with Hovland and his irons that his distances that he had. This golf course, I totally forgot how many less than driver holes there are.
Mm-hmm.
Totally forgot. And that's where you get like, that's also why I thought Scotty was going to play really well. Like, I mean, I said it last week when we were doing this. I was like, well, Scotty Scheffler's going to win this week. Like, I know that's a hot take because you could say that every week and you're going to be, 33% correct. But it was just like, this is such a perfect golf course for Scheffler to win. And I think during my stream, I think I predicted that he was going to shoot a 59, which, dude, I was waiting to clip. Like, I was like trying to find the points that I said all these things when he had 2 holes left. He just needed 1 birdie to shoot 59 and then couldn't do it. By the way, he chokes on 17 all the time. I've never seen him play 17 well, ever.
Who's Scotty?
Scotty. Yeah. I don't know what it is. It's like he can find that fairway just almost automatically, even hitting really bad shots. He still finds it. That approach shot, I don't know what it is. It must not fit his eye.
He hit a really saucy one in there. Did you see that approach shot on 17 for Scotty from the left?
Today or when?
Today?
No.
Scotty hit one from like 17. He missed the fairway left, and had like a 160, 180. I don't know how far he had in, but it was just the camera was like right behind the hole, and the ball, because he was on a downhill, and he hit this tragedy like just saucy shot that bounced like 10 yards worth of bounce or so because of where it came from and because of the downhill lie, and then stopped pin high, and then he barely missed the putt. So excuse me, had a couple putts that just like he had that lipped out hard, 90-degree lip out for him on that hole. Tough stuff there. But I want to get back to this. Okay, so he's missed the fairway on 18, because maybe we can find a live betting opportunity on Hovland. He's missed the fairway 3 times on 18 this week, and has played the hole 1 over par for the week, I think. Yeah. Victor Hovland hit the fairway obviously today, hit a peach of an approach shot. If it was perfect conditions like before the rain, it would have stopped there, but it spun back. Birdie on 18 in round 3, par on round 2, birdie.
So
I'm going to be betting Victor Hovland to win the playoff because, why not? So
I'm pretty sure that they can't change pins, or they're not supposed to change pins. So that same pin that they had will be the pin that they play tomorrow. And listen, Hovland, if the conditions weren't as soft, and maybe if he could have predicted them being as soft as they were, if you watched his approach shot, it traveled up to about 4 feet away, and then it spun back about 7 feet.
Yeah.
So he had, what was his putt? 11 feet, 12 feet, or maybe it was a little bit.
It was 25 feet. It
was 25 feet. Oh my God. So it spun back way more than I thought.
Yeah.
Significant. He was right next to the hole, 6 feet max. And then that ball spun backwards.
Yeah, you can see.
Oh, it does show that. That's cool.
That's where it landed, kind of thing. I've got the chat in the way.
You can, yeah, I was gonna say you can move it around.
I don't do this much, but yeah, I mean, look at that. You can even go the green route.
Wow. Yeah, so, that thing's, yeah.
So
let's pretend that Hovland plays for that, and maybe he did, and he hit the best shot he could, and that was just where it was just gonna be. But I mean, put Hovland back in the fairway.
Yeah.
Or put him in the first cut of rough, or put him in the rough, or put him in the bunker, or whatever. I just feel like he's going to get this ball close to the hole. Scheffler needs to find the fairway. We're probably
going to get yanked, but here it goes.
Yeah, look at that thing. Look at that. Right there, and then
like so much. And you know what? If I'm just sharing ShotLink on the TV, on the computer screen here, and a video lands up to pop up, it's the PJ's fault. But yeah, I think we're onto something here, Darbo. Like the way you thinking here, is Scotty Scheffler the better golfer of the two? Absolutely.
Yeah. This hole suits Hovland so much better than Scheffler.
Dude, he's played it 3 shots better than Scotty in 4 rounds of golf.
There's something with the driver that Scotty just doesn't. It seemed like he just doesn't like on that hole. I think it's too straight for him. That's my guess.
That's what I wanted to do. Is apologies. It's not often we get the chance to bet a playoff on this show, and it's kind of fun. So this is the round. So he freaking the only bogey he made was from the fairway, hilariously, on this hole. So there's round
that
2.
had to have been shot 2. Was that from the fringe or so that was fairway? So he just got a little too aggressive with his shot to the hole. That's what that tells me.
It looked like it spun left off the green there pretty good.
Sure, but I mean that second shot, or I'm sorry, his third shot.
Yeah, that was not a good shot there to get to this. So, yeah, okay. And then in round 2, Scotty got the lefties in the bunker. Okay,
Yep.
because this is what I think is causing him issues is, this left. He gets the lefts right. He's like paranoid of the lefts at this point in time, and now he's also blasting it. He's got a two-way miss going on with the driver. Yeah. And when you've got a two-way miss and your sight of the tee shot is like this is bad. You look like an idiot if you're hitting your second shot from the FedEx Cup sign over here. You know, like
I think Adam Scott did that last year.
Yeah, who did that?
Oh, I thought it was Adam Scott. Somebody, maybe it was I know the Wyndham Championship. Adam Scott did that. He hit the tree on the left, and then it only went like 40 yards forward, and yeah, it was bad.
I think I got DMCA'd for sharing that video online. I vividly remember that now. Yes. And then he has round 1 for Scotty off the tee. Missed it in the left side again. So today he missed it right. I'd imagine. Wouldn't you want to miss it? I mean, sorry, this is hole 18 for round 1.
Yep.
I would still imagine your miss would want to be left here, given the angle. Off the tee, your miss wants to be like.
I think it's all lie dependent. Like Scotty had a really bad lie. I mean, his lie was good, but the ball was above his feet.
Yeah.
When he hit that shot, and he still was on target like that.
Yeah. It was such a good shot.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, this was, I mean, a 3,800 spin for Scotty Scheffler.
Dude, that's a lot.
Is a lot, and it only went 275. You know, so like he flared it out there.
180 ball speed, and yeah, that is. Oh yeah, he hit a big old slicer. It was a big slice.
These are my stats. If I absolutely climb into a drive, I can get pretty close to 180 at 3,800, maybe 4,500 RPM.
Byron, today or yesterday, I was on hole number 6 at Victory Links. It's just a flat hole. There's a bunker on the right side. It's kind of mounded up, and you can hit the back side of that, and it will just take off. Pretty firm conditions. 380 yards, dude. Jeez. I drove it 380. I was pin high next to the green. And then on hole 9, I hit it 370 yards. I'm piping my driver. It's nuts.
We cannot play together because I'm going to my ego cannot handle an Eric Darbo.
Those are all downwind. They're all downwind too, by the way. Yeah. So I'm just I'll but yeah.
JP Del Frio, Hovland ticket holder.
Looking good, man.
JP, I'm on a bit of a cold streak right now, but I hate to say it. I'm going to join you, yeah, especially with Eric. You know, I think this hole makes perfect sense to play Victor Hovland on. Like, if this golf course was made up of 18 holes, 18, Victor Hovland isn't even in a playoff this week because Scotty Scheffler is playing it like 4.5 over par for the week. Yeah. And Victor Hovland is sitting 9 under for the week because he's birdied it twice. So I think the course fit perfect for Scotty, hole fit perfect for Victor this week. So the playoff will be a Victor Hovland. I'm going to probably throw half a unit on that.
So here's the only thing I'm going to say. So I basically talked about the 4 Victor. The 4 Scotty is tomorrow morning. He gets to go to the driving range, and he gets to try to hit the one drive that matters the most on that hole. Because if you play all the other holes, you're shaping it all different directions, and sometimes if you shape things too much, you're hitting too many draws, too many fades, whatever. You really can't do the opposite. Like, say, if you hit too many fades, it's really difficult to draw the ball. Or if you hit too many draws, it's hard to fade the golf ball. So Scotty just gets to go to the range and hit the same driver. Now, anyways, he should find the fairway. If he doesn't, there is something with that hole that he just does not like.
That's the beautiful thing. Like, I'm going to mess around here with, like, I'm getting these kind of vibes from him because I actually did a little snapshot of some stuff here with the course I played the other day. God damn it, where is
I
it?
saw your scorecard above. I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
No, I'm even further away now. I took some like screenshots and stuff because the hole, we knew there was enough space, but there was yeah. Oh my god. I'm panicking on the stream.
Don't worry about it.
I'm so close to finding it though. Yeah, we go. Okay. So here's the tee box. You stand right up here. This stupid big tree is blocking like a third to a quarter of the.
And you don't like not being able to see
the view of the fairway. And I knew that if like I'm hitting fine with the driver, you can hit in the fairway, yeah. But right is dead. Guess where your boy whoa, like right into the trees, and it resulted in a 7 ultimately because and I knew I was going to hit it there too because I just did not want to miss here because it's OB here as well. But look how much more space there is, but it just makes this look like there isn't that much. So, that must be the case for Scotty Scheffler on this hole.
Yeah, there is that tree, that one tree.
Yeah. This freaking website, I tell you. But yeah, so okay. Anything else? Matt Fitzpatrick, but he's having to work his tail off to stay ahead of his brother, man. His brother is playing some golf right now. Look at this round.
Yeah. I mean, I thought he was a good play. He's been, I think, do you still have on your Patreon the rankings for their 100 to 150, 150 to 1 or 200, that kind of stuff?
Yeah. It's going to be for this week. I haven't done it. The John Deere's model's not live yet. I haven't updated it too much. But
no, I wanted to look at the Travelers and then sort it by, like who the best were. I thought Alex Fitzpatrick, we were talking about him last week, weren't we?
Yeah. I mean, he's super accurate. So he's going to be in the fairway all the time. It's perfectly filtered by it. Guys that have green on their name, check the box for 100 to 150 out the fairway, 150 to 200 out the fairway, and then one inside 150.
Hey, there's Alex Fitzpatrick 5th or 6th on your list.
Exactly. And 4th with the wedge, absolutely dialed, and then 4th out of the rough as well. So no shocker to see him there. Justin Rose was messing around. To be honest with you, though, this didn't really help much. I mean, Daniel Berger was AIDS. Russell Henley, finished 12th. Rye blew up. Cameron Young couldn't putt. Chris Goddard was there, wasn't. Ryan Gerard. Akshay showed up a bit. JJ Spawn. So this didn't necessarily...
here's what I mean, this is what I see with stats all the time. And this is one of those things I'm going to try to convert you to look at. We go through all those stats from the lead-in stats page on my website. And all the time we see, out of the 20 golfers we look at, 8 of them doing well. You're going to find that kind of happens with all the stats. Like when you find a good stat, whatever, there's never been an instance ever. Never, ever, ever has there been. I'm making a huge definitive here. Never, ever, ever has there been an instance where someone could pinpoint a statistic or a combination of statistics and rank order the golfers the way the results end up happening. It just never, ever, ever has that ever happened. So it's like, both of us found really good stats to follow to find the golfers that we wanted to play. Like say Victor Hovland, he was really good in one of those yardage buckets. That's one dude, So
Alex Fitz was there too. So
I really don't like to hang my hat on the fact that I didn't get the order correct, or I couldn't find all the top 10 finishers of a particular stat category, or a combination of stats, or my model, the number one golfer hasn't been winning in every single tournament. Well, shoot, my number one golfer, Scotty Scheffler, in my models. I don't know about you, Byron. Is he number one in your model also? Like when you run models, is he number one in your model?
One of my favorite things I see on Twitter is like, and this is why Scotty Scheffler was number one in the model this week. I'm like,
Oh, I know. Yeah.
well, buddy, you can recycle that with like 20 other stats. He's going to be, that's why he's number one. Is because he does everything apart from wedge play and long iron play very, very well.
If he doesn't finish first, then your model's broken. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes.
If he doesn't finish first, your model's broken. You should have been able to predict that Victor Hovland was going to, win this event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And you can just interpret things so differently, man, because like Victor was just, I mean, look at this. Look at Scotty Scheffler.
I know.
Everyone at the top of the leaderboard, if you want to add up their top 5 rates, it's like
it's right there. Just leave it there. No, 69% is almost 67. I mean, that's pretty much the same.
And that's 5 people that were behind Scotty Scheffler within like a couple shots of Scotty Scheffler's on the leaderboard.
You could get rid of Shane Lowry and put in Victor Hovland, and you basically got your number.
There we go. Exactly. And Shane Lowry, this is so outdated. This is the last 12 months. If I have this, I should now actually weight it better, where I have the last 3 months and the last 6, because Shane Lowry, since the Cognizant, has been diabolically bad.
Yeah.
Like he was right in the mix today, did not top 10, and neither did Patrick Cantley. So you can totally see those guys coming. But to get back to our point, Scotty Scheffler is out top 5ing, like he's matching 5 other elite guys: Wyndham Clark, Matt Fitzpatrick, Akshay, Patrick Cantley, and Victor Hovland. Mm-hmm. Their top 5 rates total what Scotty Scheffler's top 5 percentages, man.
Mm-hmm.
Insane. So, yeah. Scotty
Scheffler. But if
he
doesn't win, your model's broken, and you should recreate your model.
Yeah, exactly. He checked all 7 boxes. There we go. This is why Scotty Scheffler was number 1 in the model. Anything else from you, Mr. Eric Dalbo?
I was not able to, do all the necessary updates to look at optimal lineup and all that stuff.
That's fine.
Because the tournament ran late and
we don't have
a winner yet.
It might be either. Now, you could have put Scotty and Javi in the same. Right?
Well, I do have that. I can show you what that looks like. Okay. If you want to share my screen, I'm going to bring over my input page that makes all the updates.
And before we kind of get off of all of this stuff, I am going to be betting Victor Hovland half a unit plus 125 to win this tournament because of the whole fit. He's played this hole so much better than Scotty Scheffler all week. That is the reason why. 2 birdies, 2 pars for Victor, 1 bogey, 3 pars for Scotty Scheffler. Let's go, Victor. Clip that. I was taking screenshots.
Yeah. I don't want to share my DraftKings. I just don't care to do that.
Okay, my bad.
Here is the current winner. He's going to win also, by the way.
Oh, my God.
This is his lineup. It's going to score either 710 or 700, depending on if Hovland wins, because he doesn't have Scotty.
He doesn't have Scotty. But yeah, that doesn't make a difference.
This other guy that's below him has Scotty, but it's not going to matter. This guy is going to win no matter what. So just remember 710. 710's the max that this Drive the Green contest is going to score. Just remember that. Because when I show you this, this is the lineup that you would have had to have built in order to be competitive. But when I say competitive, it scores 712.
Wow.
So you can still build a Scotty Scheffler lineup to take down a GPP.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, you would have to have Corey Connors in there.
Which a lot of people were talking about being a good quote-unquote course fit, but having terrible recent form, which, he hasn't been playing very good. No. In fact, Byron, you know what the recent form buckets, all the bucket ranges are. Look at that.
Exactly.
These 3s indicate somewhere between 40 to 60 is their average finishing position.
Mm-hmm.
And a 4 is a 60 to 80. Like, I'll bring it over here. I think we'll be able to see what the recent form is. Yeah, right here. So, I mean, Hideki was the second best recent form heading into this event. And that's the last 7 weeks. What is his average finishing position? 43.60.
And that's
so.
Yeah.
How are you putting this lineup together, Byron? How?
It's with the sweet spot DFS optimizer.
Well, yeah, you sure, but I mean, like, if you're eyeballing it, like, what would like? How can you go from Scotty having that good of recent form to then just playing him with a bunch of just misfits? You know,
especially like Hideki with how poorly he drives the golf ball, you know, at a course like this. But now we know like good chippers have typically succeeded at a venue like this as well, you know, despite them going as low as they do. So if you're running a model that's kind of not super around the green heavy, Hideki's not going to be in it. So if you run a around the green heavy model, Hideki's going to be there. I think also running different projections can be a way to kind of get different. And I guess I will get to that, Eric. Is when you said if Scotty Scheffler is not number one in your model, then you are doing stuff wrong. I do think there is merit to running really wacky models that are like super condensed on specific areas. But again, Scotty's so good across the board, it's likely going to pop up there. But just running it for like, okay, who do I need if the course plays like this? If it's like super difficult, they have to really lean on around the green play. You know, everyone's going to be missing fairways. You can find a world that Hideki Matsuyama makes sense. But anyway, that's kind of how you get to these guys is by probably thinking outside the box. Shout out Michael Block. And, you know, kind of just leaning into the fact that, you know, even though these guys model well, there's going to be a certain percentage of them that do not meet expectations just because of the game of golf and how variant it is. So leaning in,
agree with you more, man.
The hard part is leaning into the guys that are the opposites out of that variance. Is the guys that have been playing badly that randomly show up. Like really, Victor, I mean, the third at the RBC Canadian was what had people clicking in him the most, obvious, you know. But
even this lineup, I mean, yeah, I guess Bud, this is your GPP winning lineup. Bud Cauley had some good recent form coming in here.
Yep.
Spawn, I think, is just a play a lot of people thought was going to do well, you know?
Yeah.
Colin makes sense. Matt Fitzpatrick, yeah, he's been on fire, you know, over the last couple months. But this isn't one of those slam dunk lineups either. You would have to have gotten, you know, go outside the box to build a lineup like this.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying my model's perfect, but, you know, like Bud Cauley is 42nd in my model. I mean,
yeah, if
you're looking for 7,000, I'm sure there's even $6,000 golfers that are better than him, like ranked in my model. See, 7,000. Yeah, Ryan Gerard was 21st in my model.
Yeah, and
you know, like, and I'm not saying my model's perfect. You know, I think there are better golfers that you could have gotten to rather than Bud Cauley. So. And especially with the statistics. Yeah, right. Or your statistics, like did Bud Cauley even show up in those yardage buckets of like good performers?
That's a good question.
I don't remember seeing his name, but maybe it was there.
I don't see him with the color. He doesn't have a single color. So he's not top 20 in either of he's Here he is, because out of the rough from inside 150, he's like the second worst in the field, but he's so good from the fairway. So like if he has a good driving week, then he's in the fairway a lot more. At a golf course like this, you're not leaning into it, you know, like
bring up his data golf. Let's take a look. Let's see what he did.
I can add some stuff to us.
Positive off the tee. That kind of just already tells you, unless that's a specific round and not the total.
Okay. Driving distance, I'll do rankings just so it makes sense to us. Was horrible with the putter this week. 60th in a 72-man field.
But everything else was pretty darn good.
And 16th green regulation rates, 13th in driving accuracy, hit 42 of 56 fairways. There are only 14 fairways you can hit per round, so he hit 3 rounds worth of fairways this
Yep.
week, which is top quarter of the
Is
field.
that exactly 75% then?
Value wise, it would be yeah. I did really good easy math there. Why are you judging me? You
Huh?
questioning my mathematics?
No. I literally said, is that 75%? I was waiting for you to be like, well, duh.
Well, yeah, it's 3/4 of the tournament.
Right.
It's a full round that he didn't hit fairways, and the other 3 he was from the fairway every single time. So, that
That's
makes a lot of sense.
huge. Yeah, 75%. That's pretty darn good.
21st in fairway proximity this week, 40th in rough proximity this week. There you have it. So 1/4 of the time he was 40th in the field on approach, 3/4 of the time he was 21st.
Can we look to see go round 1? Oh yeah. Yep. I want to see what his average distance was off the tee.
He was front.
Wow. And he was still 54th in driving distance?
I think the fairways were bounding. I didn't.
But he's hitting the fairways, like
exactly.
He's in the fairways at 320, 350. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. I mean, that has to do with
he missed 2 fairways, and the 2 fairways he missed, he hit over 310.
Yeah.
That was just for round 1, of course, but still.
Missed only 2 fairways in round 1. Round 2 had a bit, only missed 4 there. Round 3 was his worst driving performance of the week.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he missed 6, so that was what hurt him. And then today he missed only 2. So
that's kind of the interesting thing to think about, just stats in general. And honestly, Byron, I would love to figure out a good thought process for every event. Obviously we're talking about the Travelers, so hopefully we can remember this next year, or rewatch this and try to gain something from it. But it's like, all right, Bud Cauley, one of the worst out of the rough from those yardage buckets. Well, what happens if he hits the fairway? These are like questions you got to ask almost about every golfer. So it's like, oh, this golfer is really good with these statistics. Well, how does that benefit him? What needs to happen in order for him to take advantage of what he's really good at? This week for Bud Cauley, we obviously just identified he needs to find the fairway. Well, it's the Travelers. Does the Travelers' driving accuracy just improve because it's less than driver on a lot of these holes? Are the fairways wider? Like, what is the average, fairway percentage?
Well,
compared to other events,
64% at the Travelers.
Okay.
Just, over the last little while, with an average driving distance of 287. So that should tell you.
Yeah.
It's Bud Cauley land, and then this is the micro model, by the way, people. So it basically, this is what I love about the micro model, is it runs different models for you, but at the same time for one golfer, because Bud Cauley, it uses the fairway percentage for each specific hole. And then you can see, okay, he's only slightly above average when it comes to fairway finding ability, so he's only going to be hitting 64% of the fairways when the average is 63. He just had a good driving week this week, so really drove it well, accuracy wise. And then you can see, okay, like how the approach play, when your fairway rates are low, you're going to be hitting some bad shots for him because it's incorporating some 150 inside out of the rough, then you see the par 3s, he's going to be great because everything is from the fairway on a par 3. So there's no rough involved there. So all of his par 3s should have some sort of positive stats, Yeah. He's gaining basically every time he steps onto a par 3 on approach because it's on a tee off the fairway. So cool stuff. If you like that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And honestly, again, to go back to that is, okay, so that's just for one golfer, Bud Cauley. There were 72 golfers in the field, which is easier to go golfer by golfer. But when there's 144 golfers like there will be at the John Deere Classic, you can't really do that for every single golfer. Maybe we can implement AI to, try to look into that and give us answers like, if Bud Cauley can perform better than his baseline when it comes to finding the fairway, he's almost an auto lock for a top 10, top 15 or whatever. And it's like, oh, well, then shoot. Yeah, I guess we just play Bud Colley, or maybe we don't, because we don't believe he's going to find the fairway. You know?
Yeah.
That's kind of how finicky golf can be. It's very like, well, we just say it's binary. It's just like the golfer is going to execute or they're not, when it comes to what they're trying to do on each shot. These guys are really good, but you never know who's having girlfriend problems. You never know whose kids are sick and mom is just upset and you don't know what to do with your life and you're trying to go out and golf the best, round of golf you possibly can. Or a nagging, shoulder issue. Like Nelly Korda, when I was following her, she was literally grabbing her shoulder all the
really?
between each shot. Yeah.
Hold up. You just getting onto a show a couple hours after watching Nelly Korda golf, and we're 55 minutes into the show, and by the way, I will be pulling the transcript and running it through AI to generate timestamps like I did last week, which I thought worked out quite well. I'm still figuring that out, but timestamps will be coming. So if you're listening in replay, tough, jump ahead if you don't want to listen to Darbo talk about Nelly. If you're listening live and don't want to listen, go take a water break. Yeah, be back. But tell me about Nelly Korda, yeah, Dobbs. We lost 2 viewers already.
So I got there while she was on hole 4. And by the way, she also looked sick. Like, I don't know what it was.
Weird.
She was so wetty. All the girls, they wore long sleeve shirts. I have no idea what for. Like, it's Minnesota. It is summertime. It was muggy as hell.
Humidity. I think this happened in Singapore or something where there were bats for live. I don't know if you remember the bats flying around, and I saw everyone wearing those long sleeve things.
But
because I think it wicks up the moisture off of your forearm.
Oh my God. Things. Sure. Oh, sure. I will say this. Nelly Korda had the biggest pit stains I have ever seen on anybody. This includes Robert Garrigus at the Wyndham Championship all those years ago where he had ass sweat, like showing. No, it was like from here all the way down, like went into her boob. And it was like, it was huge.
Well, and you said she was rubbing her shoulder, though.
Well, this is what she was doing. She was like this the entire time. Like she was almost like Molly Shannon Superstar, smelling her armpits.
Okay.
She literally was doing this, holding her like right here, just holding this. And then she'd like, and it was her right shoulder, actually.
Interesting.
So she was like doing this a lot and whatever, but then she'd go up and just stripe a ball. And it was like, there's no reaction, no flinch, nothing. And then she'd get back, put the driver back in the bag, and then just walk down. And I wasn't paying attention a lot while she was walking down, but I followed her for like 7 holes.
One key takeaway, like something that you learned from Nelly Korda that you want to tell us, like
one key takeaway.
What makes, in your opinion, the number one golfer is she the number one in the world? Who just won at Riviera, another major.
It's not going to just be a takeaway of Nelly Korda. It's going to also be because I went to the final group and was watching the winner end up, these women hit a golf ball heavy. Like it is heavy. Yeah. Nelly, when she connected with her best drive, outdrove her playing partners by like 30, 40 yards. It was nuts.
Yeah.
But and it's just straight. It's the smallest little draw or the smallest little fade. It was all on point.
Are so impressive because I was watching the Dix Open and then Patrick Harrington hit 176 miles per hour on the Champions Tour, which is above average ball speed on the PGA Tour.
Yeah.
And then Darren Clark hit his next drive and it was 158 miles an hour ball speed, which is, I think, what Nelly probably gets up to, like probably eclipses that. I think the girls get to like 148, 151.
Yeah. I think Nelly does get up to like 157 or 156, 150. Yeah, somewhere in that area.
Brooke Henderson, who swings to her left knee on the backswing, body. Oh my God. I'm going to pull it up because it's such a sick photo, Darbo. I
saw it in person. Yeah.
Very reminiscent of your boy.
She hit a fairway wood the same way she did that same swing with the fairway. I almost thought it was a driver. I was like, oh my God, she's pulling driver off the deck, driver off the deck. That's what I was telling the person I was with. Yeah, dude.
Look at this.
Yeah.
This is insane. Like, but look, I'm trying to point. Look
That
at
lower
like,
body
look
is
at this
so
torsion.
good.
You know, like
It's
this is
so good.
still like so athletically founded. Like it's all. You can just tell. Like she could squat like 300 pounds right there. You know, like in that.
By the
position.
way, she hits such the nicest little buttery draw. It is so good. I think it's weird because she literally brings the club straight up. Like to get that right there, she doesn't swing it around her like a normal person would to hit a draw. It goes straight up like this. And however she delivers that ball, it's just the smallest little draw. It's
dude, it's sick. I mean, because a lot can go wrong from
well,
you know, like,
if you get rid of her body and you show that club and say this is the end of someone's backswing, you're like, who is that? John Daly?
yeah,
You know, like
literally. So,
but you put that body position on any golfer, and it's like, what can go wrong? What can go wrong with that body posture?
Right.
That whole like
this position, if this is parallel, is like textbook almost. You know, like for power at least.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously, accuracy is definitely there, but fun stuff.
the friend that I was with is like a little Asian girl,
Okay.
and she just got into the game last year. And I've been giving her golf lessons, trying to improve her game and just giving her enough to chew on to like not get too frustrated, you know, because you can give someone too many lessons and then they get really dejected because they can't do what you want them to do.
Yep.
She was there and I was like, okay. Then my first thing I said was, one, watch how far they turn. These girls, and you know what, men do it too. You just don't really realize it because of the camera angles that they provide. But the shoulder turn that these girls get, it is insane. I mean, you just saw it with Brooke there. Her head was in line with her right foot.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
He's head behind the ball. Like
way behind the ball.
Yeah.
Like if you were to point down for that shoulder turn, like people don't do that, you know?
I mean, this shoulder turn is like,
yeah, exactly.
Like a normal 90-degree shoulder turn is like here, right? So this is it's like 120 degrees almost.
Yeah, that's huge.
Massive shoulder turn.
And also, by the way, all those people that worry about keeping your head down, if you tried to keep your head down, you would not be able to have her head position right there. Correct. Her head position is turned like this because her shoulder is bringing her back. People who keep their head down only get to here.
Yeah.
You know, you have to turn your head and keep, you know, one, look down your nose. Don't like stare at with your eyeballs down at the ball. Look down your nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be like this.
Yeah.
You want to be like looking down like this. Yeah. And then right there, what she's doing, Spieth does that. Spieth preloads it. Did you ever notice that? When Spieth sets up to a ball, he's like this. He's looking like this down at the ball. Already. So then when he brings it back, it's already here. He doesn't, there's no head movement.
Which is, I would say, if I were to give any golf advice to anybody, is to swing around your head, to try and keep your head as still as possible. I think we've got into this before with Wacko Neiman and stuff, with his vertical head movement and things. But whatever, you know, I think just keeping a dead still head, perfect situation.
Well, and she sets up with her weight already there. So her head is already like, you know, it's tilted this way. So when she turns, when her chin just turns like this, her head's not actually moving this way. It's just turning like, you know, your anchor's in the same spot.
Exactly. Yeah. So shout out Brooke.
She was fun to watch. So too was Ryu, the girl that won.
Mm-hmm.
Her dude, she deserved it, by the way. Ryu, how she played golf.
Is this her?
That woman did not, that ball never really moved.
Yeah.
Hitting balls into the wind, Byron, they were just laser beams, just straight. and then
Good girl.
also downwind. She was just automatic, making putts over brooks. Like that was crazy too.
And I heard that she had just recently had back surgery like a month ago. This
That
was her
Ryu
first.
girl?
The girl that won.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Heron Ryu. Yeah. She had back surgery like a month ago, and this was her first competitive round. The Dewey Weber chick from Netherlands is like 100. She's like Brian Campbell, essentially, of the LPGA. She had a horrible horseshoe on that final hole for her for a couple $100,000 swing, because I think this was one of the highest prize purses on the LPGA.
Oh, 13 million. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. So,
is that Davidson woman from South Africa? Karis Davidson?
Dude, I don't know.
I thought I saw the flag. Oh, she's from Australia. Never mind.
The classic misconception there.
I saw it from a very long way away, and I just saw the red. That I didn't even see blue. There was no blue. Yeah, I thought it was like black and red and whatever, but it was anyways.
Dude, yeah.
She has a nice golf swing too. I mean, a lot of those ladies had really good golf swings. Some of them were kind of weird, but yeah, very impressive. Very impressive. I also just like to watch with the women golf. My favorite events to go to have been the ladies events.
Their swings are just so rhythmic, man. It's beautiful. It's in control, and obviously much better to look at.
Yes, there's that. I absolutely agree with you, but also there are less people that actually follow ladies golf. So you get to go. I literally got to go up to every tee box and be like, 5 feet, 10 feet away from Nelly Corda. Dude, I was like trying to keep it in my pants, man.
Then you saw the sweat stains and you're like, okay, calm
down.
Yeah,
the sweat stains were whatever, but those legs, man, she is all legs. Woo.
To be honest with you, the sweat stains are probably because she was like constantly fidgeting with her arm, like you were saying. So
yeah, maybe.
Anyway, enough of that. We're an hour and 7 in. Let's talk about the John Deere Classic this week.
Your tournament.
My tournament. I would have a hat. I have news. We have not sold the house. We've accepted an offer. Ooh. Inspection coming tomorrow. We listed it on Saturday last week. And Saturday morning,
all right,
I was watching US Open golf on Saturday afternoon, planning on 11 o'clock. They said, you have 2 hours to get your house ready. We will have a viewing schedule for like 2.
Yeah.
You cannot be here. I have dogs. Got it out, got it done. Those were the people that bought the house. So
really
have sent the offer in. It was the very first bunch of people. We had the offer on Monday night. So inspection coming tomorrow. I've got a repairman coming to fix the fridge and dishwasher, and then off we go. So looking forward to not having to show a house every day.
Good luck, man.
It's fun. So John Deere Classic, I'll be going for 4 days. All 4 days. Yeah, I'll be going.
How far is that drive for you? Hour and a half?
It's like a 2.5 hour drive.
2.5. Okay.
Yeah, it's lengthy. I might be bumming up a room with Ian McNeil from Rotoballer a night or two, and then I might be visiting a buddy the other night. So we'll see how it goes. But I love going to the John Deere. I have media credentials, so I'll be trying to do a bit more media work this week, where I want to ask some guys some questions. I'm going to follow a lot of South Africans around because they are very interesting to me.
Are you going to speak Afrikaans?
No, because if you speak Afrikaans to an Afrikaner, he'll know that I'm rusty. I can talk to you and sound like I'm fluent, but I know when I'm speaking, I don't quite have the Afrikaans. I'm bilingual. I can completely understand anything that they're saying to me, and I can speak it, but it will be obvious that it's my second language. So there was a point in time where I was completely fluent, and I would just, because I'd vacation with Afrikaners.
Yeah.
En net Afrikaans praat die hele tyd. Maatjies Afrikaners by die strand, die hele tyd Afrikaans. So just that's how we go. So
By the way, I saw you blast Brandon Grace for commenting on something.
he's running the social media account for the Southern Guards. He's typing it. It's like, I, from the Southern Guards account, is like, I played well today. I was like, buddy, what are you doing? You running this? Like, don't you have a social guy? You guys are making millions of dollars. Like,
I got a couple questions, and it was the same question over and over and over again of the, don't you have someone to run this for you? I love it. I love it.
Times are tough. Times are tough for the Southern Guards on the live front there. So, but back to the John Deere Classic this week. I think there's going to be a lot of South Africans that typically, like Bezzy's typically played well here. They putt on bent grass here. It's a course that doesn't eliminate you for not having distance. Obviously, any golf course, it's good to have distance. It just means you can club down, be more accurate, still hitting it as far as other people's drivers, that kind of stuff. It's a golf course that's quite forgiving initially, and then if you miss big, it's penal as balls. There's dense trees and penalty areas and things like that, and they get to typically play, because when I played conference here, I think I shot like an 88. I made an 8 on 17. I topped one because it was 34 degrees, 36 degrees. I walked off the golf course and was like, okay, the best score I'm expecting to see here is like 74. And we had a couple guys shoot 68s in 34-degree weather in conference conditions.
That's crazy.
From Grandview. Insane stuff. So, it's a course that they get to play in like pristine condition and perfect conditions too. So the weather typically now is not nearly as windy as it was when we play and stuff. So that's why they go so low. If they played this in like April, buddy, right? Is it windier for you in April up in Minnesota?
It's been windy this whole summer. I don't really remember. Yeah, it's probably windier in the springtime, for sure.
Yeah. So that's the stuff, that's when we play conference. So it's nice to see these guys get like the best places to like rip this course apart. But anyone can win this thing, man. Brian Campbell. Right
Michael
there.
Kim.
So Michael Kim. Dylan Fratelli. There's that South African link. So
dude, I dated a girl. Every time I brought up Dylan Fratelli, she always was like, "Oh, are you talking about Dylan Fratelli?" And I'm like, "It's not Fratelli, it's Fratelli." And so every time she'd hear Dylan's name, she'd be like, "Dylan,"
because she didn't want to say it.
Fratelli. Anyways, yeah. I just pulled up all the winners just to see what their strokes gained stats look like. Because when you were like, you don't have to be a bomber here. My first thought was, you also don't have to be accurate here, like off of the, with the driver, because Dylan Fratelli won. And I don't, Dylan Fratelli is not one of the most accurate golfers, but now that I see his driving accuracy for the week was 78.6%, well, that changed my thought process. That now these are their performances at the event. It was not their lead-in information.
Well, what was Fratelli? Because I would imagine, when did he start doing all the speed training? And it was like a couple years ago only. Maybe he was. I don't know. Yeah, I was speaking to Christian Bezadenhout's strength coach at the John Deere, probably the year Davis Thompson won, because I was there for that, which was sick. And he said Fratelli's speed trained himself off the PGA Tour.
Oh, is that what happened?
Like he's chased, because I was asking him about why Bezzy doesn't do speed training, because at this point in time, Bez was like dead last,
weak as hell
in distance off the tee. And he's like, well, he's so bad off the tee distance wise that he'd have to add so much for it to make a difference, because he's got to add like 15 to 20 yards of distance just so he can carry that the guys that hitting it long reap the benefits from. But he has now since worked with Fit for Golf. Bezzy and Fit for Golf are doing speed training, and you can see him actually I think he got to like 180 ball speed the other day.
Damn.
For the first time on the range or something, so he's moving it. Okay. Anyway, enough of that. What are we seeing?
Okay. We should still do the things that we typically do. I just wanted to see the winner, all the winners. I have it filtered by top threes, so I'm just only these are the lead-in stats for top 3 golfers.
Yeah.
Just look at the names, dude. Look at the names. Like, I have it also by strokes gained last year, so you can see what their 12 months of strokes gained stats heading into the event looked like for off the tee. Now, negative is usually going to be determined by distance, but a lot of times it's also by accuracy. So you and I can look at these golfers' names and determine if it's off the tee's negative because of distance or accuracy. Also, if it's positive, if it's distance or accuracy. We all know Brian Campbell sucks at driving the golf ball. One of the shortest hitters and one of the most inaccurate hitters. But looking at his strokes gained stats for last year at this event, he drove it 75%.
He missed 14 fairways only.
Yeah, right. So it would be really interesting to see what your mini model. What is it? The mini model? Is that what we call it?
Micro model.
Micro model. Yes, thank you. Micro model. What that would show for some of these golfers, throughout the week. Like, I don't know. Do you have the field loaded in? Probably not.
I haven't managed to get it.
No worries. But a good reason for all the viewers right now to sign up on your Patreon to check what that looks like during the week.
Use Bets26, 50% off the full year. I'm selling years now, so you can get the 50% off a full year. Use Bets26. It's got everything in here, including the Dog Dominator for baseball.
Yeah, and the Dog Dominator is great. It's great. Yeah, so we all know Brian Campbell can't hit the ball worth shit off the tee. But he found fairways. Actually, I don't even know what was his driving distance. 275. That is the shortest of any of the winners. And this, again, his performance last year at the John Deere, his average drive distance was 275. Oh my God.
I vividly recall watching him hit a drive and then hit 3-wood further than his drive into 17.
That makes no sense.
He had 275 or 284. I think he hit his drive 275. And then he had 284 into the green. And I think he hit it onto the green.
That makes no sense. That's crazy.
Yeah. Anyway.
So,
mediocre distance guys that just are like, keep it in front of you.
Right. I'm going to just focus on the winners, but we can take a look at the rest of the top threes. Grillo, great ball striker. He isn't the longest off the tee, but he's positive most of the time.
Middle of the package, yeah.
Yeah. But if you were to look at any of his years for strokes gained stats, he's going to be somewhat positive off the tee. David Lipsky, short ball hitter. Like, he's just going to lose strokes because of short ball. Kevin Roy, he's not as long as I knew I thought he was. He's more of an accuracy guy. 2024, Davey Boy Thompson. He's got some distance to him.
He's got some pop.
Yeah. And the 2 years ago when he won, he 71%.
Yeah.
And then he was hitting at 296, which is almost tied for
him and Sepp.
The highest, and Sepp is 298, and then we got 2 at 296. So yeah, he found it kind of by distance. Like, he's a distance guy that hit it pretty well throughout the week.
But was also
CT Pan, short ball hitter.
Very well.
Luke Clanton, that has to be one round of golf. It was probably the Rocket Mortgage or whatever the Rocket before or whatever the tournament was that he played at right before this one. That's why he'd be so positive, because he's not a positive off the tee golfer.
No.
I don't know exactly what he's.
That's small sample size. That's not.
Very small. So we can ignore him. You and I both know, though, he's probably middle of the pack distance and he's bad accuracy.
I think he can get into like the mid 180s ball speed, to be honest with you.
So a little bit of a bomber. Okay.
Yeah, but
Michael Thorbjornsen, bomber.
Same situation, yeah.
2023, Sepp Straka. Listen, the broadcast says that he's one of the best drivers on tour. He has been, always been.
But he hits in the fairway, man. That's his thing. It's like that distance is because of run out, like it's not because of he doesn't
298 at 75% driving accuracy. Off the top of your head, are these fairways wide?
Yes.
Okay.
They are.
Okay.
But
good to know.
But 10 yards from the fairway, there's like ravines and massive slopes into crap that you can get into. So lots of trees as well.
Smalley is, middle of the pack distance and middle of the pack accuracy. Brendan Todd being 6'4" and only hitting it 240 yards off the tee doesn't make any sense, but that's what he does.
That is the most diabolical decision. It's a decision. You cannot tell me that a 6'4" person cannot swing above average speed on the PGA Tour. Never mind being dead last in
I've always been able to hit it 300, even when I was like 160 pounds, back in high school.
Yeah.
Because of how tall I am. Yeah.
It's a decision.
It is a decision. JT Poston, not known as a distance guy, known as an accuracy guy. Bezzy, known as an accuracy guy. Definitely not a distance guy. And not then, during 2022. Grillo, we've already seen him up there. We've already talked about him. Glover, good ball striker. I wouldn't say he's weak off the tee. He's especially in 2021.
He's automatic off the tee.
Yeah.
He doesn't hit it far, but he hits probably a 10-yard draw that hits the fairway well above average.
By the way, Poston when he won was 296.5. So driving distance. Glover 287. You're right. He doesn't really hit the ball very far, but he finds the fairway. And again, 73%. Kevin Na, not known to hit the ball very far, and also not that accurate, but more accurate than he is long. Let's put it that way.
There we go.
Same thing with Ryan Moore. Fratelli, in 2019, I think you'd probably be able to tell me better. I always thought he was a distance guy, but he must have been more of an accuracy guy back then. And he was 78% driving accuracy for the week at 294 yards on average driving. So he was dialed.
In 2000 and when?
19.
Dylan Fratelli profile right here. Distance in 2019 he was averaging just 2 yards on the field. In 2020 he was losing 2 yards, so he was very middle of the pack, slightly above accuracy. Right after COVID, I think this is like when.
Oh my God! Look at that!
Look at this.
He gained distance and he lost accuracy.
And
you're spot on, man.
Look at the off the tee stuff. It literally, he drove himself off the tour because the moment he started chasing distance, like the driver just went to shit. The irons went to. Now again, that could be coincidence. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
I think you're spot on, dude. I think you're spot on with that.
When it comes to Sepp as well, he's very middle of the pack when it comes to distance. He's always driven the ball.
Sure.
He's actually he has not. Maybe he's done some.
He won in 2023, so that he's gaining yardage and he's gaining accuracy.
Yeah, but 6% more fairways it's a pretty hefty gain, on the field.
Absolutely. So, 100%.
Tangent, but there we are.
No, it's good. That's good. It's good to know where Dylan was, though, because I wouldn't have been able to tell you. So he was accurate then.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Henley, known for accuracy.
Accuracy.
Nothing to do with distance. And Andrew Landry at that time was also one of the shortest hitters on
Exactly, man. You're seeing the top end guys are just the guys that get the opportunity to just thrive. Yeah.
Right. Kim, at that time, I don't think he had a lot of distance to him. He also wasn't accurate, and he'd missed 27 cuts heading up until this event, and this came out of nowhere. And the only way you were going to get on Michael Kim, this is where I say the bucket system was born, was Michael Kim. How do you get to Michael Kim? How? There has to be something that shows up that's recurring every single year. It's the buckets that he was in. So, the Briguni, I think he was a decent distance guy. He's a little short dude, but I don't know. Maybe it was more accuracy than it was distance.
Even if he is a long guy, it doesn't matter because everybody else underneath him.
Yeah. Francesco Molinari, not a long hitter whatsoever. Joel Damon, not a long, and Sam Ryder, maybe middle of the pack, but yeah. Last year, I'm going to look at Bryson in 2017 was not beefy Bryson.
No.
He was accuracy Bryson. He was the scientist Bryson at that time. Rogers, we could say hits the ball pretty far. He's 6 foot, whatever, 3, 4, 5. He's a tall dude. He's going to hit the ball far. Rick Lamb, I really have no idea what Rick Lamb's game is like, but we all know Wesley Bryan doesn't really hit the ball very far. Go watch his YouTube channel.
Accurate driver with a golf ball,
right? No, and he's not exactly. But the things that they all had in common, one is most of them weren't power hitters. They were accurate. They were accuracy guys. Which me doing the air quotes is me saying their accuracy was better than their power.
Right. And if you run correlations, I would not be shocked to see short game and putting correlate stronger with guys that hit the ball short.
Sure.
They just have to rely on that area. The reason they got to the tour was not because of their driver. It was because they do something else well. And it's usually the short game, where they just assassins.
Aren't there some holes here where if you try to bomb it, I'm thinking of 18 in particular, but I know there are other holes. You can't really hit driver off of 18 at this golf course because you'll put it in the bunker or you might even go into the water long.
No, you'll never get it into the water, but you make the hole so much more narrow because it's a dog leg, but if you're hitting 3-wood to the bunker, that's where it starts turning, essentially. So it narrows up significantly, and then you can get stuck in the right trees there, trying to cut off some yardage. And if you hit into the right trees, you land up losing yardage because there's a lot of them early. So then it's just boom in the trees, and you're like 190 punching at that water.
Right.
Not good. So
I'll also say, is it hole 17 that's a par? What's the par 5 that's right? Is it 17?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the one where if you are a bomber and you pick the right line, you can really cut it off. But if you don't, you end up on the opposite side and it goes straight downhill, right? It's just like a big wall
of trees over there.
Yeah.
50-50 lie. Not good.
So if you're a bomber, you got to take the right line and you got to be accurate enough to actually hit it. Otherwise, you'll hit the trees on the left or you hit the trees on the right.
Yes.
And what I've noticed on that hole is even if you go for it in 2, the green is kind of pitched up, isn't it?
It's turtle back for sure.
Yeah. So I've seen a lot of people with their approach shots going over. So all I'm trying to get at here is I get why power isn't very rewarding on this golf course, because all of the advantages a power guy is going to have, he still has to be absolutely accurate in order to hit those advantage spots.
Yeah.
Because even if you're hitting a most people can't even reach in 2 on 17 that I've seen on the PGA Tour. You can get the Michael Thorbjornsons, they can do that. Some other power hitters I can't think of as I've watched this before. Sepp was one of those when he won. He was mashing it on 17, taking a crazy line. But then I remember his second shot went over the green, at least in one of the rounds. And it was like an impossible up and down from where he ended up putting it. So it's like, if you're not absolutely perfect with the bombing side of things, you get penalized, actually. Where in a lot of those par 5s, even one of the first ones on the front 9 where you got water on that left side, you have to pick a line off of the fairway. And I think the fairway even slopes towards the water from the tee box. And so a lot of those bombers, when they hit it, they have to find the right side of the fairway. Otherwise, if they don't, it bounds into the rough.
Yep.
And now they have to lay up because that rough kind of can get thick on that side of the hole.
On the inside of that hole, it's almost like fescue, to be honest with you there. So like nasty stuff. And then your next drive on 4, there's a massive tree in the way. You're either gonna bomb driver over that into like the net. Just everything narrows up so much on this golf course. So that's just how it goes.
I kind of honestly
in a row, off the tee.
Yeah. I was just trying to like think of my memory of this golf course and what I've seen from a lot of those golfers, just to try to figure out, do we just stay away from bombers?
No, I don't think so, because there will be someone that has length, like Aldrich played well at this course before he withdrew. You can hit a 2-iron on
what's his name?
Those holes.
Who shot the 59 last year? I forget. Hayden Springer.
There we go. Exactly.
He's a bomber. Huge bomber.
Yeah. So there will be bombers that can find accurate weeks. You can sun run with the accuracy there while being a bomber. But I think ultimately what you're still looking for is everything from the fairway and in. Like here. Unless you're like super inaccurate, I don't want you on my card that much. Unless you have other defining qualities. But Kurt Kitayama is actually sneaky good on these courses where you can take less, because he's such a good long iron player.
You know what? Byron, hold on. I open it up to top 5. Obviously, there's a bunch of people tied for 5th, so you get 10 golfers here. But of those 10 golfers, there's one bomber? Kurt Kitayama?
Yeah.
24, that opens up Ben Griffin and Carson Young, who are not bombers.
No.
Ludwig. Okay, so here's your elite guy who is a bomber, but then you add Adam Schenk to the mix. He is not a bomber whatsoever. Goddard is a bomber. He would have always been a bomber. Stallings is kind of old man balls strong, he's still, but anyways.
Yeah.
Luke List. Well, you get Adam Schenk again. Luke List, not a bomber. Scott Brown. I mean, Luke List is a bomber.
Is a bomber. Yeah.
Scott Brown, not a bomber. And Sebastian Munoz could bomb it.
But wild off the tee in
yes,
general.
Yes.
Like Chris Stroud and Colin Morikawa.
Yeah. Sam Ryder. Oh, God. No 5th. Yeah. Oh, because they're all tied.
Yeah.
Well, I'll open it up to 6 for this one. HV3, not a bomber.
Not a bomber.
We get DB, who you could say smacks it out there. Actually, no, he's not. He's not a bomber.
Not in 2017.
Johnny Bird, old man balls. Scott Stallings, old man balls. Steve Stricker, old man balls. And Zach Johnson, old man balls.
$9,800, $9,100. Super accurate putters, chippers, good wedges. Boom. There's it for you.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of, I'll say this. I'm going to do the 2/3 rule. This is going to be a staple of the sweet spot process, is the 2/3 rule, I think, moving forward. Obviously, we have 6 spots to put in our DFS lineups. We need 6 golfers. 4 of them are going to be short ball hitters. 2 of them are going to be whatever. Like I'm going to focus on 4 short ball hitters to put in my lineup, and then the 2, I just don't care. They're going to be elite golfers, I imagine, that fade the golf ball. I think that's what I want. Golfers that fade the golf ball.
Okay. I wouldn't lock on super hard off the tee stuff here this week though. Like,
no.
I would be like the defining factor. I think like we just said, like the short hitter guys, they all likely have the same skill set somewhere else too, that you'll probably be clumping
100%. And I'm going to wait for you to show us that with your micro model.
Okay. Well, let's see what the leading stats were for these guys.
You want to do the elite grouping, because I think it's going to actually fail this week or for this tournament, but we can look.
Well, let's see.
Okay.
What got me on Davis Thompson was his US Open finish at Pinehurst. So Pinehurst and Shinnecock are 2 golf courses that are US Open venues, but aren't your typical US Open venue with thick ass rough and
okay.
it's wider fairways. There were both two venues that had like 75% hit fairway rates, which we're seeing from the winners here, on your previous screens here.
Yeah.
And a lot more wedges and mid irons involved on those kind of US Open venues as well, with more delicacies around the green, right? Like the emphasis and the defense of those courses were the turtle backed greens, and there's a lot of them at this.
That's right. Yeah. Could even say Pinehurst, unless you did. I don't know if you.
I did. Yeah, Pinehurst and Shinnecock. Whatever. Okay. Yes, Oakmont, not remotely close.
Gotcha.
Whereas Pinehurst and Shinnecock are two perfect comps, and we just had Shinnecock come through. So I like a couple guys that thrived at Shinnecock, or at least Emiliano Grillo just did some good work for a little bit. He had the round of the day on Saturday at Shinnecock.
So how do you want to look at this? Because like 2 weeks ago would have been the U.S. Open. Do we want to look at people in this field that played the U.S. Open?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Tom Kim's going to be at the top here.
I like him a lot.
Oh, I need to read. Oh my God. All right, Byron. Because there's withdraws and DQs that are in my stats, these are all text-based fields.
Oh, okay.
And I haven't. You can link them. I've got a dimension table. I have not linked week 2 to that dimensions table. Week 1 is, but not week 2.
That's no
so
problem.
Now you're going to get 3 behind 2-3 and 1-7.
That's fine. We can go through by layer by layer.
Let's just go golfer from top to bot. Like this is OWGR. So if you sort on golfer, it's by OWGR. Let's just focus on the guys that did play well at the US Open. It's going to be determined by the green color. So
exactly. That's your identifier.
Ben Griffin. He already has played well here before.
Very good short game.
Yeah. I don't know how much time you want to spend on some of these guys. I think this is perfect. This is absolutely fine. JT Poston. He was DFL, pal. Pretty close to DFL.
He made it
this week at the Travelers.
Made it 12.
How? Why?
He couldn't get. I actually did a thing. I did the Benny Hill music on it. It was just in the water. Yeah, Benny Hill. Silly season. It was a weird hole. But another comp that I like that happened recently is Murfield Village, where relatively forgiving fairways widthwise, but if you miss, you're in trouble, and then everything else, is important from the fairway and in.
What year did he win? Right here.
Yeah.
Was this the? I don't think that was the U.S. Open, was it? No. Well, it doesn't matter if it was U.S. Open. What would have been? Shoot.
JT Poston, the year he won in 2022.
The tournament
he won, and he finished second at the Travelers the week before.
Okay. What was 3 weeks prior to that?
RBC Canadian was the week before the Travelers, and then the Memorial Tournament was the week before that.
So he just flipped them. He basically, this year, he's flipped them.
Yeah.
Where he finished, top 2, but he obviously won the Memorial. Mm-hmm. And then you could just pencil him for like a missed cut at the Travelers this week, because that's basically what he did.
So I love that. And it's JT Poston season. This is his part of the calendar that he does good work.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm still on that it's JT Poston season. You can have one off week, like that's fine.
The fact that he just finished 4th and he just won the Memorial, so he doesn't need to be playing this. He just finished 4th at the US Open. Another reason outside of winning the Memorial not to show up here.
Sure,
he's showing up. He obviously is coming here for a reason. I don't know how much John Deere is giving him, but he's yet to play. You know what I'm saying? So,
he's a past champion. Like, they get all these exemptions for being past champions of certain events.
But he doesn't need exemptions. Like, that's the thing. He doesn't need FedEx Cup points. He doesn't need any of that stuff.
Yeah.
He's just he just must love it here, and just enjoy playing golf.
Yeah. Tom Kim, next guy on the list. I'm there for Tom Kim too, because I think
what he does.
I think he's turned around. He's figured something out.
Looking good.
Whatever was going on with small hands, Tom Kim is maybe Maybe his hands grew a little bit more.
Well, maybe he's got feeling in his small hands, which were very delicate around those Shinnecock greens finishing third. Right?
Yeah, true. True.
So Tom Kim will be on my betting card this week, along with Griot, for certain.
How do you feel about Keith Mitchell?
I'll be. What do you think Keith Mitchell's price is going to be? Does that answers my question? Because from a course fit perspective, this could not be a better situation because Keith Mitchell is a total driver of the golf ball. He's one of the more above average distance dudes that also finds the fairway a lot and has been putting his brains out on bent grass greens the last couple of weeks. So I love him, but you don't want to know what his price is going to be this week.
Well, do you have odds?
Yes.
We dude, if you go back to our video, because I did just to see it when it came to price tags.
Yeah.
We guessed Cantlay was going to be the start of the 8K range.
Yeah.
And we guessed Rose was going to be like 7,800, 7,900. Like we were spot on.
Yeah.
And when we figured out Scheffler and all the other tournaments that he's been in, we said 13.6. He was 13.8. Like, so we're pretty good at guessing these price tags.
Does it make a difference to us? Does it help us do anything? No, but we are so damn good at guessing the damn prices, people. If you want to know what the prices are before they come out, tune into this show.
But okay, hold on. Here's where it can actually help you is you can start to premeditate what your lineup is going to be.
Fair.
And try to figure it out, especially if you use the sweet spot process and you look at all the buckets and stuff like that. You can already get a head start on all that stuff. Keith Mitchell. Okay, so there's going to be one 10K golfer. I don't think DraftKings has ever not had a 10K golfer, but there will be one, or maybe two. Ben Griffin, Chris Goddard
at the JDC.
I'm not even saying the JDC. I'm saying ever DraftKings contests. By the way,
I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
DraftKings has never started in the 9K range and went down.
Okay.
There'll
Yeah. So there has to be a
10K
minimum
golfers.
of one 10K golfer.
And what tournament was it that Ben Griffin was at the top of the? It was this year.
Well, he'd just won the Zurich. He'd also just come second. It was 2025? Was Ben Griffin the highest price guy coming into the week?
Do this, and I'm gonna search. He's gonna be the Honda. What's the Honda called?
Cognizant.
Okay. Well, that doesn't look good. We had people.
There was a
withdraw.
WD. Bridgman WD'd after the Genesis. The entire 2 or 3 of the top guys withdrew. Ben Griffin withdrew. Bridgman withdrew. And somebody else as well. So yeah, was it Wyndham? No, it doesn't matter. Whatever. What we do know is there were multiple, or at least one 10K guy that week that did not land up teeing it up. So
right.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't have the prices anymore, but there were two. There were two.
Okay. Yeah. So I would imagine we get 3 this week, given the way the pricing looks. Just saying, maybe I'm wrong.
Pull it up again.
You can see we got.
I think it's just 2.
Maybe Keith Mitchell's 9,900.
Or
I wouldn't be shocked if he's 9,800, 9,900, or 10-1, whatever. With Ben Griffin, maybe.
Okay. Last week, by the way, Justin Thomas leapfrogged a few people, and his odds were, what's the right terminology? Is it higher, going like
bigger?
Bigger. They were bigger. Yeah, his odds were bigger than the people ahead of him, but his price tag on DraftKings was higher than like 5 spots or whatever.
Yeah.
So when you look at this, Do you think Keegan is going to be higher priced than Keith? I almost think that he will. Even if Keith Mitchell is as good as he is, it's just that people are going to play Keegan Bradley. I think there's like kind of a popularity thing that's going to, and I also think JT Poston is going to be higher.
That's what I thought. I think DraftKings pricing bakes in course history a bit more than recent form.
I could even see Jordan Spieth's price tag being higher than Keith Mitchell's.
Facts. But dude, Keith has been playing some good golf.
I agree. 100%.
Yeah. But ultimately we've got Ben Griffin and Chris Goddard are probably in the 10K range for sure. And then Keith is at least within the first 5 or 6 names, that you have to click this week. And
with that being said, we're going full circle with what we were talking about. Keith Mitchell finished 4th at the US Open. And you said, but what's his price tag going to be? So what price would you not play Keith Mitchell at? What's that threshold? What's the number you won't play over? Or is it just down to game theory and you'll play a low-owned $9,900 Keith Mitchell?
Which I don't think is going to happen either. So
you think he's going to be popular?
Yeah. Okay. It's people love him. And if he's especially cheaper than, Chris Goddard as a golfer has obviously won twice this year, but he's not in as good a form as Keith Mitchell right now.
On the Smiley Show, now that I'm thinking about it, he talked about the John Deere Classic. I'm pretty sure. Keith Mitchell, that is. And he said he loves this place.
Yeah. Makes sense, man.
Loves coming back to this place. So, yeah, I as long as he's not $10,000, I don't mind playing. If he's 90, I'm hoping he's 9,400 or less.
What? So if he's 10-1, you won't play him?
I don't know, man.
Oh, man, you'll play him. You'll play him.
Well, this is the week I'm going to shotgun, I imagine, all my ownership. Like I'll play everybody about 12% or whatever it is. Like I'm not going to hone in on like I did with Scotty Scheffler. By the way, doing that, like getting Scotty right and getting some of those other top 10 golfers right still is going to just barely have me make more money than I put in. It is crazy how hyper accurate you need to be with DFS nowadays.
It's all the guys underneath him like $2,000 or $3,000.
I know,
like in the 8 and 9K
Colin
range.
Morikawa at 9,200. Yeah,
they outperforming the other 5 guys in the Scotty Scheffler lineups all the time. So
Matt Fitzpatrick finished 4th. He's 10,000. So you literally can go Fitzpatrick, who finished 4th. Morikawa, who's going to finish 3rd at 9,200. So you go 10-9. Hovland is going to win or he isn't, but he's still going to be 2nd or 1st. He's 85. So you go 10-9-8 right there.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's the thing. And then we can almost adopt that kind of philosophy this week with Ben Griffin too. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to be. But it doesn't matter. I think, so these are the odds, but I want to do the more leading stuff because I want to dude, I love this tournament. So I've hit Sepp Straka outright here. Then I hit Davis Thompson outright. Ooh. And then I had Kevin Roy and I think 1 or 2 other guys that were all, I got the each ways. I had
the year that he finished 3rd, Kevin Roy?
Yeah, at the 2025 John Deere. So I love this.
Listen in on what Byron has to say this week. I'll be listening, Byron.
Thank you. Even at 3 Eastern on a Tuesday.
Oh,
because but you can re-listen on the replay. So,
okay. So Keith Mitchell looking good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't have anything bad to say about him.
And honestly, that's our last top 20. We can go.
I'll take a couple top 25s, and because I want to use Griot, like the fact that he got a taste of some smoke at the US Open, wasn't he? Like top, he was 6th going into round 4. I think if he was more like a 17th going into round 4, he probably would have still finished 17th kind of thing, maybe. Whereas T6 going into round 4, he kind of drifted backwards a bit there.
Yeah. Let's look at everybody in bucket 2. If we're going to put a US Open performance bucket 2, 20 to 40 range. Bridgman, are you back on Bridgman?
I think he's one of these guys that is like, would you be shocked if he plays well this week? No.
I would not be. No,
Are you expecting him to play well this week? No, because
no.
he just hasn't had it since he's come from the West Coast. It's been pretty poor. And it's usually one round a tournament or so. If he doesn't have that bad round, maybe he plays well. I don't know. But
So we're gonna look at some lead-in information soon. Keep this in mind with Bridgman. Because are you expecting he's going to play well? I imagine when we look at the lead-in for information for top tens, we're going to see a lot of golfers with really bad recent form coming in, and so this is where do you expect it? Should come to yes, I expect a bad player or a golfer who's just very fluctuates up and down to play well this week.
Yeah.
Okay, so next one, Keegan Bradley. Is this a good Keegan course? I don't feel like it is. Is it?
It is, because he's such a good wedge player. He hits it. He's a good accuracy find off the tee, and he drives it far. He's like Keith Mitchell in that respect. And he's a very good mid-iron player with wedges as well. Bent grass greens as well, because he's from the east, northeast. They have a lot of bent greens there. The greens at the JDC are bent grass greens. Again, the mounds that these greens sit on, you have to have your chipping pretty clued in. I'm looking forward to seeing what the around the green numbers look like for the guys that thrive at this golf course, median wise. Yeah. And Keegan is like we've spoken about, he's got very, very good at chipping. He's actually taken some lessons or something in the last year or two. Okay. He's always just chipped the way he's chipped, and then he's finally taken some like lessons, and you can see his chipping has got like incredibly better. So
okay. Interesting. Pearson Coody. I feel the feelings in my loins right now tell me that Pearson Coody's going to excel at this golf course, at this tournament.
Just the loins.
In the loins, yeah.
Okay.
He's got one missed cut here, looks like, and then he also has what is this? Pearson Coody. A missed cut in the 30th.
Yeah. I don't know. Like his thing is his driver. The reason he drives the ball so well is because he's got tons of distance, and he's like solid middle of the pack, accuracy wise ish.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm 50-50. I'm going to need more information on Pearson Coody, but I think the around the green stuff might hurt him if that's going to be relevant this week.
Well, I mean, he did finish 23rd at the U.S. Open, where around the green mattered.
Yeah.
Johnny Kiefer.
Technically, I ran the numbers though. Putting was more important than around the greens for, which he's very good at too. Johnny Kiefer's interesting because I like him on easy courses. He doesn't do well on like difficult venues, so this is one of them. But I like him on like an easy course where you just put drive in your hand and just rip it without a regard for consequence.
I don't remember what I was watching or listening to, but they were talking about the transition of going from the Korn Ferry Tour to the PGA Tour and how much short game matters. And that's why they literally used Johnny Kiefer as an example. And they said, that's why you'll see Johnny Kiefer excel in the Korn Ferry Tour, but as soon as he comes to the PGA Tour, he gets smacked in the face with how hard it is around the greens. Don't remember who said it. Don't even remember why it was that important, but it's one of those things that, listen, Byron, I'm going to be honest with you. If I listen to a commentator say, not so much just a commentator, but let's just say a past player talk about what they think about certain golfers' games, I kind of take that more important than their stats. I am definitely a strokes gain eyeballs as from a trusted source.
Yeah. I vividly remember someone this week saying that Kurt Kitayama is a good putter.
Really?
Yeah. I have a recording of it. It's just like really soft. You couldn't hear what came through, so I didn't post it. But I was recording my screen with Kurt Kitayama's like putting column over the years. All red. There's 1 year where he gains like 0.07. And the guy says, really good putter. Surprising for him to miss that one. It's like, buddy, he's been below average like pretty much his entire career. Like,
Well,
where are you getting this information from?
I always bring up. I've always brought up Russell Henley. I've brought it up to you a few times, and it is one of those things where you could be burning edges. We don't know what the proximity of a missed putt is because nobody ever gives us that. Like, did they touch the hole or did they not? And the hole is only so big. I've always thought that Henley's had a good stroke. I've never thought he was a bad putter ever. The stats will bear out that, he hasn't been a really good putter for a while, but now he is. But nothing really has changed. His putting stroke hasn't changed. His grip hasn't changed. It's always been that claw. I don't know his putter. He didn't change putters. It's difficult to see what's the difference. Maybe it's just leaving yourself on the proper side of the hole and making the putts easier that way. Or he's played enough on tour that he has all these greens figured out. I don't know. But the stroke looks good. It always has looked good.
Especially on that comebacker from the miss on 6 feet. That second stroke looks so good. Typically back in the day. Now it's solid.
So anyways, I brought up all that because of what I heard about Johnny Kiefer. And I couldn't tell you anything more or less because I don't pay attention to Johnny Kiefer's game.
When I think of Johnny Kiefer, I think of the Rocket Mortgage Classic for Johnny Kiefer. Okay. Like an ideal golf course for him is that kind of a venue where because he hits it pretty far. He hits it a long way. And then, but we'll see.
Okay. Here's an interesting name. Maximum McGravy.
Yeah.
Max McGreevy for those that are just listening.
Max McGreevy. Very good around the greens. Wasn't he one of the around the green guys we noticed going into the US Open?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And there you have it, a 32nd. And he hits fairways routinely above average. I'd imagine not necessarily the longest guy in the world. Like that. I think when I think of Max McGreevy, I immediately get excited because I don't think anyone, if you're listening to podcasts this week, we've just gone from Keith Mitchell to Max McGreevy. Yeah. And you'll likely hear every podcast mention Keith Mitchell. Maybe one in every 3, one in every 4 will mention Max McGreevy, and this being one of them. So, and then Fantasy Golf Degenerates, and then Darbo's Tuesday night stream, and Back Nine Bets on Tuesday afternoon. Those will be the 4 shows that definitely mention Max McGreevy, and then a couple others.
I like Max McGreevy. I remember watching him earlier in the year. He was on he filled in for someone who withdrew from one of the bigger events. I can't remember if it was like the API. I think it was the API or the Players Championship, one of the two. And his ball striking is so good. So good. It's just he can't putt worth shit.
Max McGreevy this year.
Yeah, that's huge.
I mean, this is the last thing he did. He had pretty much the tournament of his life. I mean, if you say which one are you more proud of, a T32 at the US Open or a T19 at the Texas Children's Houston Open, I think he's going to say a T32 at Shinnecock.
Oh, for sure.
He's just going to be pounding fairways here. So, love this.
Everything of his game looks good except for his putting. He is awful. Like, this is where strokes gain eyeballs along with strokes gain stats match up. He's just, it looks bad. It's all bad.
Yeah.
But maybe he turns it around.
The last start he had, he gained 2.5 strokes putting at the US Open.
Maybe he went to a putting coach. Who knows?
Or it's variance. It can happen. Or he found some confidence.
No, he just sucks. It was the 18T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. Did he play that? Is that on his? That's something in my head.
T29.
I think he played with Scotty. That's someone withdrew and he got paired up with Scotty.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. I like what.
And I remember seeing him having like a 12-foot putt that didn't even get close to touching the hole.
Moving along. Max McGreevy. Very good around the greens. Great accuracy guy. There's our Grillo boy.
Yeah, there's Grillo. I want to mention Yellow Miraju. I feel like this is just he's going to get so many birdies. I feel like it's a feeling. If there's going to be someone who's going to scare 59, I feel like it's that guy.
he's very accurate for a guy that actually has some distance, So I think, and again, there's an 8 next to in between a couple miscuts there,
Yep.
So like he absolutely has popper potential. Like he can show up randomly any given week.
Grillo.
38th, 42nd, 20th, then 23rd at the US Open. Like he's 92-1 to win this golf tournament. So he's probably going to be in the 6K range.
92-1?
I was sure it's been in my betting slip the entire show. We've been there it is.
Holy
right
crap. I remember seeing Victor Hovland, but I don't remember seeing Grillo.
I've mentioned it many times. Like there's a little honey teaser for you boys. But when you're on the stream and listening to your guests, sometimes you don't, or your co-host, you don't necessarily listen to what they're saying because you like clicking stuff elsewhere. Jim Cummings on the previous show said something, and then I threw it back to him after he asked me a question. Well, what do you think, Jim? He's like, my point I just mentioned still stands. It's like, oh fuck. Like
you could have totally got me with when I was like, oh, so Pinehurst was like a perfect, and you're like, yeah, I mentioned that.
Exactly. So, but I'm not gonna. That's not being rude. Sometimes you really focus.
Streamer brain, man. It's streamer brain.
It's seriously the case. So, we've seen Grillo show up here twice as a second place finisher at the John Deere.
92-1. Such a good.
He'll be in the 6K range, maybe low 7s. That's smash.
Yeah. And even if he was like 7,400, that's a smash. Like I'm going to play him at 74, 75, 76, whatever. I don't know if we have anyone else. Oh, we do.
There we go.
Ben Coles and also Zach Blair. Wow.
And what are both of those guys? They accurate guys.
Accuracy guys.
Decent short game.
Yep.
Zach Blair is a fantastic iron player as well that doesn't get the credit for it because he's hitting 2 or 3 clubs more into every single green than anybody else, that he's playing with. Ben Coles, I watched, buddy. I don't think I've ever seen anyone more negative and dejected. Like, looked like he had just been told that his entire family drowned in a fire. Like in the most horrific way.
Does he just have one of those faces though?
At the John Deere Classic, yeah, it was. He. If I didn't, Byron wants to not play Ben Coles just because of who he is. But I like what we're seeing here now.
2 top 30s after 2 missed cuts. Okay.
And a T23 for Ben Coles to finish 23rd at a US Open.
Yeah, no kidding. I agree, man.
That has to do a lot for his confidence. He's walking into the John Deere Classic this week more confident than he's really walked into any other event this year, I would imagine. So Ben Coles, ladies and gentlemen.
And then Jesus,
and
probably the most popular golfer that's going to be played this week.
Yeah,
Jackson Koivin.
Mm-hmm.
He was like one of the most popular golfers that people picked for the U.S. Open.
Mm-hmm. He is incredible.
All that's advertised.
Everything you wish for. But I will say there's a knockoff version of Jackson Koivin that's called Blades Brown.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Who they played
me up
together.
For Blades Brown this week because I want birdie guys. Blades Brown, his birdie percentage on tour, and maybe one tournament has knocked it down, but if you go back to the American Express, the One Flight Myrtle Beach, like he makes birdies.
And I watched him dominate around Cypress Point as well. Like that was a fun watch. And if you scroll down, you'll find him. And I don't think he's that far behind when it comes to position at the U.S. Open. Him and Koivin were kind of neck and neck. Is Blades? Where's Blades?
So this is based off of OWGR, and then when it gets past 1,000 in the world, then it just goes alphabetical.
Okay.
Blades, I think.
God, databases are for the devil, man. Sometimes when this stuff happens. I haven't seen him. Keep scrolling.
I did see when I did put him in.
Can we filter by name, like alphabetically?
can't do it alphabetically.
That's OWGR. If you hit Control F and type in blades,
I guess I don't have them in.
interesting. Well,
he should.
Blades? He
Hold
maybe
on.
is
Do I have
sponsored
any
or
filters?
something, maybe he's not in this particular like thing because of the OW. I don't know.
No, I have 140 golfers, right? Oh, wait. Yeah, I've got 140 golfers in here. I don't know why Blades Brown's name's not showing up.
I'm thinking of Miles Russell.
Oh, yeah. Blades Brown's right here, by the way.
Instead of Blades Brown. I'm thinking of Miles Russell, who played.
I had a filter on there. I don't know how or why. There was a filter. I don't know where it was. Anyways.
Okay. No biggie.
Blades Brown is there. But what I said, I agree with. Like,
yeah.
Blades Brown gets a lot of birdies, and I'll be playing him this week.
Well, he was in the final grouping at the Amex, man. Like, that is like the Birdie Central Marathon.
Yep.
So, okay.
We don't have anyone else in bucket 2 or 1 at the U.S. Open. Dive into the lead and stats.
Best part of the show.
So, would you like me just to look at the top 10 first, and we look at course history and recent form, or should we just go by bucket 1, bucket 2, like we had? That's kind of what we decided to do for the last. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly run and grab an allergy tablet. I'm starting to get a little stuffy.
Okay.
Don't want you guys. There's enough nasally sounding individuals in this space. I don't want to become one of them either. So, be back.
Okay, so if you guys want to follow along, or if you want to do this your own, you can go to sweetspotdfs.com, and under Fantasy Tools Lead and Stats, basically all you're going to do is hit the little bucket icon, and we go to Course History 1, Course History 2, and this is going to be funny because hold on, let me double check something. Our recent Form 1 guy, there's only one. That's Nick Hardy. Okay, this is going to be one of those times I'm going to have to finagle this. Okay, we're good. Perfect. Let's just do a quick rundown before Byron gets back. We're getting we were getting top 10s outside of 2022. Still getting top 10s. There's a top 20. Another top 10, another top 10, another top 10. All right, we got something to work on. Lovely. So when Byron gets back, which he just did, I was afraid, Byron, that we weren't going to find anybody inside the top 10. But much to my surprise, all but a few years, we'll get there. But here we go. Bucket 1, bucket 2, course history 1, course history 2, recent form 1, recent form 2. So basically everyone has a course history of 40 or better. That's their average finishing position over all the times that they've played here. And recent form going over the last 7 weeks, better than 40th place on average. And that's our elite grouping, as we call it.
Yeah.
So here we have 6 total golfers, a top 3, a top 10, a top 21, and then 3 missed cuts. Sure. You're going to see a lot of that, Byron.
Okay.
2024, this is good. We get our winner.
He's Johnny Vegas.
Novak, Sungjae, Vegas, Sepper, who was your defending champion, just played poorly, and then Matt McNeely missed the cut. 2023, we get a missed cut, a top 2, and a 35th place finish. 2022, only one golfer qualified under that criteria. Yeah, only one golfer. This is not filtered out by results. It's only one guy who is course history 1, recent form 1. That's it. Or 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah.
2021, only one top 10, a 34th, and 2 missed cuts. This is now, I'm seeing a trend here. Expensive golfers missing the cut. Like
Yeah. Ben Griffin.
90. I mean, Adam Hadwin would be an accuracy guy, right? So he would have been a favorite to play. So too would have Russell Henley, and that's probably actually, this is one of those events. If we were to look at past optimal and GPP winning lineups, you will find that no one gets close to the optimal lineup, period. Like there are their lineups are going to have 40th place finishes in their lineups with 30th place finishes and 3 or 4 top 10s. Like that. This is, nobody gets this week right. Nobody does.
I think I saw Maverick McNeely at 9,800 miss the cut, Yeah,
10-4, 10-5.
Yeah, Jason Day with Drew.
No, that's a miscut.
Yeah.
Okay, so going back to 2021, 10-4 miscut Brian Harman, which would be another guy you're like, oh my God, this course plays well. It's going to be perfect for Brian Harman. There wasn't a tournament in 2020, but 2019, Yako, young boy.
Young Yako.
Then Mac Hughes, who you would say would be a good course fit.
Yep. Who was playing
Not
pretty
so much
solid
Kevin
coming into the week.
2018, hey, we got a high price guy, but only finished 16th. That's probably good enough though to win a GPP though. That's what I'm gonna say. So this is gonna count. It's gonna be fine. But yeah, Stricker and Moore, not so good. But that's like, the tail end of Stricker's career. But then of course the year before he finishes 5th.
Stricker's a 3-time winner of this event.
Oh yeah, in a row. Back to back.
Incredible.
Campbell. I don't really need to go through all the names.
Yeah.
Then we're not going to have price tags for the rest of these guys. But just to show you, listen, lots of good finishes when it comes to looking at this. At least, like if I keep clicking, you're going to see at least one green, on each of these leaderboards, except for the one. Well, there's only one golfer that fits that criteria of being course history 1-2, recent form 1-2, or the elite grouping. That's what we call it.
I wonder if 2022 was like the year when something was weird, where I think it was like the week before the Open Championship or something. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not getting down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
Actually, I am.
Lots of people played the week before. Lots of people did. Was it the U.S. Open? What was the week before?
Okay, no. So the Genesis Scottish was the week after the John Deere in 2022. Okay. So nothing too crazy there.
What was the week before?
Travelers.
Charles
Schwab Travelers. PGA Championship, Charles Schwab Travelers, John Deere Classic.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm reading off Maverick McNeely's schedule, but it looks like he played all 4 weeks in a row there anyway. So, yeah. And you can do that too, which is probably better. Yeah.
Yeah, Travelers was before, then U.S. Open, Canadian, Memorial.
Before, yeah. So, in general, we are looking at guys that are 1 to 3 guys that have course history and form.
We don't have many this week. Do we know how? Oh, Keith Mitchell was like 14th place, right?
Yeah, Keith's playing good. This
is
why I think he's going to be very popular this week.
He's going to stay up there. And Chris Goddard, he didn't play bad enough to get out of 20.
No, he shit the bed today because I played him in Showdown. T30.
Oh, he was 30th?
Finished 30th. He shot a level par today.
Oh, well, yeah. So he's going to stay in this elite grouping.
Oh,
so
sorry.
Here are 4 elite golfers that follow the lead in stats.
Doug Gim. Hello. And Koiven.
Yeah. Well, if there's ever more of a reason to play Jackson Koiven, here you go.
Part of the elite grouping. Now, what? You're not going to play all 4 of these guys? It's probably 1 to 3, would you say? So rotate.
Yeah, I mean,
rotate them
just
in.
going back of what we were looking at, it just doesn't really fare up that well. The total amount of golfers 6 and 25. Remember, we have 4 this year, 6 and also there's going to be 4 open qualifiers, that are going to be here. One of them might have good course history. You never know. I don't know. We had 6 in 2024.
Oh, there's 4 of them. Yeah.
3 in 2023. So if we're trying to compare a year, well, we get 1 golfer here.
Yep.
None of these names remotely resemble the golfers that we currently have.
No. Yeah, those guys are all, you can play all 4 of our guys there in the same lineup, probably because of their price.
Yeah, right. Only 1 golfer there, 4 golfers here. One of the, I mean, this looks more like our year this year.
Yeah. With Goddard and Quaven. Daniel Berger and Brian Harmon, essentially.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much. Maybe Seamus Power.
Shamo, when he didn't have back in like a back injury, was just solid.
Okay.
2019, there was only 3. 2018, only 3. 2017, 7. 2016, 10. 2015, 6. Then 4. Maybe it's a year that looks like this.
Yeah.
2014, that's Jordo's, what was his first year on tour? Was it 20? No,
it was 2011.
Okay.
Or maybe 2010, because I remember laying on the couch in South Africa with my ex-girlfriend on my lap, sleeping, and I was watching Jordan Spieth do his thing in his debut when he sculled it into the flagstick.
Oh yeah.
That's
right. He did. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so how do we predict this outcome is going to happen? I honestly think 1 guy out of this group finishes inside the top 20.
And I don't think it's going to be Doug Gim. But it could be. It very much could be.
Probably going to be Doug Gim.
Probably going to clip this, clip that.
And Goddard, one of Goddard and Mitchell's going to miss the cut. And Jackson Koiven is going to be the wild card. I can't predict. Because you think he's going to do well because of how good he is. But he did finish 11th here last year.
And finished 5th at the Pro Core in his last professional start, which was
23rd at the US Open. I mean, he's got the
dude, and that Pro Core had all the Ryder Cuppers in it except for Bryson. From the US side. So it had at least 11 of the best Americans in the field, and he finished 5th. So he has to be part of your rotation this week. I think he's going to be ultra popular there.
I think how I'm going to look at this, I'm going to play 3 of these guys. I'm going to go different this week. I'm going to follow this pretty I want to say religiously, but that's not the word I'm looking for. I'm going to follow the rigorously. Yeah, rigorously. That's fine. 50% of my lineups is going to have at least one of these guys in it.
Okay.
Actually, 60%. 60% is going to have at least one.
I might as well go 66% if you're going to do the 2/3 rule.
Hey, that's not bad. I'm trying to math it in my head as I go along, because I think 20% I'm going to have 2. Basically, I want to get to the number. I want 4% of having 3, and I'm not going to have 4. I'm not going to have any 4 of these golfers in a lineup together.
Okay, I'm with you now. So, but maybe you can say your total accumulation of
Let me go backwards.
Or 3 of these.
I'm going to go backwards. It's going to go 0% of all 4 of these guys, 4% to have at least 3 of these guys. So if I build 100 lineups,
4 of them have
I'm going to have 4 lineups, and I'm going to try to do a different pairing of them. How many can I create? 4, right? It'd be Goddard.
Think of a round robin that you can create, like a 4-leg parlay round robin, because that's exactly what this is.
Yeah.
How many options can you make?
It'd be it'd be Goddard, Mitchell, Gim would be one lineup. Goddard, Mitchell, Koiven would be another lineup. Mitchell, Gim, Koiven. Those are the only. That's all I can do is just 3. I can only do 3 lineups.
You can only do 3. Yeah.
So then it's 3%.
Okay.
And then I don't think I'm going to do more than 20% of 2 of those guys, but I think the number, I would probably have an even representation of each duo that you would put together. So whatever that number is, I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And then,
no, we get what you're saying. Yeah. For
the
sure.
remaining is going to have at least 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably going to be like 75% now I think of it, or maybe even 80%.
Which means you're only playing 20% of these guys overall, maybe. You don't have to.
Simple. Yeah.
Roughly.
Yep.
So are you going to be playing 20% Doug Gim?
Why not?
Okay.
I mean,
let's see. I'm curious to see what these stats look like as we're coming in. Yeah, but
if we look at these years, you had Kevin Roy. Kevin Roy's not Doug Gim. I get that. I understand that. I'm not finding Doug Gim in there. I'm not finding Doug Gim there. Not there. I guess Doug Gim would be Bo Hosler. That's kind of a fair comp. They're not one and the same, but they're both equally disappointing.
Yeah.
I'm really not finding Doug Gim here unless you want to say Mac Hughes.
Not there.
Is Doug Gim, Ches Reavie, Kevin Kisner?
Yeah, Campbell.
Yeah, I don't want to play 20% Doug Gim now that you say that.
No, it's but the other 3 guys.
Oh, you know what? I got an easy solution here. Whatever Doug Gim's because each of those 3 guys, let's just pretend they're all equally owned the same. I'm going to deduct whatever percentage I can from Doug Gim's to play none of them. 0 of those golfers. So I'm going to bring Doug Gim's ownership down to like 12%. I'm okay playing him somewhere between 8 to 12%. So whatever works out perfectly, Byron, that's how I'm going to go. But that's going to be my strategy this week.
Okay.
So
I'm cool with that.
But or maybe when we look at like deep dive these stats, maybe one of these guys like Keith Mitchell is the lock of the tournament,
Yeah, let's go. I want to see. I'm itching. I'm itching to see what these leading stats are like, because I don't. We've spent some time on the elite grouping, which we like to call the course history plus recent form duos. The filter on both of those, which we've just done. Yeah, if you don't know what you've been looking at for the last 22 minutes, we have filtered on anybody that has an average of a top 40 in course history and recent form. Now we are going into the strokes gained, that not what they gained at the tournament, but what they were doing before they played the tournament.
The lead
in the last year and the last 7 weeks before that. Lead-in stats on Sweet Spot DFS over here.
And last 12 months. Okay, so I just filtered out by top 10. Is that okay? Or is that what we usually do?
Top 20. I think let's because we saw, like we were struggling to find a lot of top 10.
Oh,
guys.
You're right.
It's just such a weird week. So I think maybe having a bit more of like a sample size, can give us a bit bigger of a picture.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting how we typically do this. We sort by off the tee approach around the green, the best golfers that were coming in. Is that what we want to do again?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then let me erase. Start over. So strokes gained last year.
Well, we filter by we filter by. Yeah. This is.
Well, we just sort by the best off the tee, best approach, best around the green. Year after year.
So what? 4 guys cracked the top 20 by being
off the tee.
Very good off the tee.
Yeah. These again. So to kind of go further into this to avoid any confusion, this is their lead-in data for the last 12 months. I am sorting this from the best drivers in the field to the worst drivers, and we're just looking at the top, the best, because we want to see which stat do we just largely ignore, or which stat do we largely hold on to.
Yeah.
So,
and we are cherry picking some results, yeah, but we're going through all the years. So we're trying to find some pattern recognition stuff. Yeah.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Off the tee, we had Rico, Fishburne, Kitayama, Davis Thompson. Could also just say they're also really good on approach, right? Like just ball striking in general is really good.
They were all good approach players as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Easy. I'm just gonna go each year, or how do you want me to do this?
Let's do the same stat through the year, so we can try, like establish a baseline. Yeah, this was a better year. Looks like
more
drivers.
Yeah. Luke Clanton, which again, I bet you it's that one finish the week before. That's why his off the tee was so good. But Keith Mitchell, top 20. Kevin Yu, hey, good ball striker. You know, both of these guys almost identical stats.
Yeah. Look at their approach names as well.
Vegas, same thing. Aaron Rye, same thing. Sung JM, whatever the hell he was doing there. We know he's a good approach player.
Well, this is when it started breaking. This is 2024, right?
Yep, this is 24. You're right. It did start to break. Let's see. Can I actually scroll up to show the year? And yeah, okay, perfect. And then Carson Young, positive. I mean, it's just positive ball striking. Go to 2023.
A little bit less green.
What's that?
A little bit less green. Yeah. That 2024 year is, that was the year of the ball striker, eh?
I mean, geez, if you look at 2023, this would have been a year where you could have been like, well, if you look at the top 5 golfers or the top 6 golfers, grab 4 of them and put them in your lineup, you would be making money. You'd be printing money.
Yeah. But this was the yeah.
But yeah, I guess when you look at this, Ludwig was just a stud. Like that off the tee is insane. But I don't know what happened with the approach. What the hell was going on there?
He's never been a very good approach player, man.
Which is weird.
He's a very good ball striker. When you add the irons to the driving, like we've spoken about.
Yeah. But Kevin Yu. So you know what I'm getting from a lot of this is like the ball striking numbers are 0.9 or greater for most of these golfers that finish top 20. They're 0.9 or greater. And that's the combination of off the tee and approach. So you add those together and you get 0.9 or greater. Yeah, not great here. And there goes my whole ball striking thing with Grillo.
But it's still 0.4, like 0.4-ish.
Break even. Yeah. Howell, pretty much the same. Small, they're all the same.
Yeah.
I wonder if this year just had like a worse field, I guess, in it.
I'm trying to remember what was goofy about it, because it's like
2022. Holy crap. The strength of field was 53.
Like, what happened this week? It was such a weird week in 2022, man.
That is so low for a prominent PGA Tour event. And I wouldn't say prominent, but like a staple that's always been here.
Well, I mean,
it's low regardless. Like, this is bad. 209 being the highest strength of field that's ever been. This I have it projected this week currently at 215.
Yeah, this is a fun field this week, man.
So 53. Okay. So this is one of those things that you need context that comes with stats.
Yeah.
Because you look at a strength of field of 53 and we go back to the lead-in stats and we go, I make the claim of we want to look at ball striking of 0.9 or better. Well, when the strength of field is doing it, when the strength of field is 1/4 of what it typically is, like, we're not going to find ball strikers of 0.9 or better because those golfers are the best in the world.
What the hell happened in 2022 at this event?
I don't know.
What the hell? Like, even, I don't know.
Here, hold on. Let me see who the highest priced golfer was. Webb, Adam Hadwin.
10-1. in 2022.
Yeah, and Chucky Three Sticks was still on the tour.
Yeah,
Weird, dude. Weird.
this was just pre-live, probably.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Okay. Well,
slash during. Ooh, I wonder if that must have been what happened. Did Liv take all of the John Deere Classic guys that have won majors and stuff, or when did Liv start?
well,
2022?
Chucky 3-6 went over there like right away. He was like the first class of live golfers.
Yeah.
So,
Well, the 2022 he played Trump Bedminster. The John Deere Classic was the last one. This is making more sense now. Charles Howell, Chucky Treatchicks. Last tournament he ever played on the PGA Tour was the John Deere Classic.
wow.
Yeah, it is. So this is Trump Bedminster was July 31st. 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later, first live event
Crazy.
in 2022. So that must have been maybe what happened.
Oh, yeah. There must have been a
if
shakeup. Was
have been
COVID
in this
still pretty
field.
bad around that year? I mean, they
Carlos
came back
Ortiz, Brandon Grace would have been playing this tournament. I'm trying to remember how these guys were playing back then, but I mean, these are all potential. Anyway, funny that makes way more sense now. Is the whole live thing? I don't know. Anyway, okay. So 2022, we just forget about that year, kind of.
2021 kind of follows that whole thought process of what I was saying before of 0.9 or better. I mean, this is 0.8. Not so much with Cam Champ. That was, whatever. But 0.8 here is or 0.7, almost 0.8.
This was the year of the long bombers. Oh, sorry, you filtered by the long bombers.
Yeah. 0.4, Glover, yeah. Okay, maybe not. I don't know. But go to 2019. 4 guys again. Hovland, just that's insane. That also might be 1 week too. That was 2019. Was that his coming out party?
Maybe.
Well, you know what? That just then goes to say this is Jackson Coyvin's coming out party.
Well, think about Spieth. Think about Bryson.
Yes. Yes. Even Thorbjornsen. Thorbjornsen also, his first year playing, I think.
Almost won it, finished second or something. Brian Campbell's coming out party on U.S. soil.
Oh, wow.
Elite golfer. 2-time winner on the PGA Tour. And Zach Johnson I think he's only ever won this once or twice as well as old ZJ. All right, so off the tee, I think
again, this one is 0.9 for all the guys that have a top 10 or a top 20.
Yeah. I would not be shocked to see better iron play result in more top 20s with leading form there.
So let's filter sort on approach now. We do get our winner, Mr. Campbell. He was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13th in the field on approach coming into the event.
Yeah.
And we get only 4. You only get 4 top 10s, but 3 of them are top 5s. So if you were to build a lineup, would you have gone Glover, Kitayama, Siwoo, 97, 9,000, 77? I mean, that seems like a pretty decent lineup start. You're never getting to Brian Campbell. Well, no, didn't you talk about him last year?
I played him. I actually played him because he's very good on bent grass greens, very good inside 200-ish, and doesn't need distance. So easy scoring conditions. I think also where he thrives.
2024, we get 5 top 20 golfers. I will state that
And
each of these top approach golfers are also very good off the tee.
Off the tee. It's ball striking central, yeah.
2023, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're all top sixes. With one guy not having positive off the tee stats, and that's Mark Hubbard.
And his color of the box is still white, so it's not even like he's a bad off the tier. It's just just a fraction that he's losing. So still gaining over half a stroke ball striking. Total.
That's correct. Yeah,
off the tee plus approach equals ball striking.
Is that going to be like point? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Well, we can look. See how many golfers this for this week currently in the field. How many of them are like 0.4 greater on ball striking? Because I feel like that's the threshold.
I like that as a solid mark. Yeah, it means you're doing something well. One of the two.
Correct. Yeah. 2022, Goddard was a top approach guy then.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
That must be also limited sample size.
Yeah, and this would be his coming out party too.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah.
And then Mark Hubbard. Only two golfers this week. Byron.
Well, that was the year, man.
Oh, that's right.
The most bizarre year. The most bizarre year.
It's just the shit golfers in the field. And now you get to 2021 and look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 top 20s. And there's an honorable mention down here. I can see the green. Yep. Seamus Power.
Shamey.
Dare I say it again? I don't see. Oh, I do see some negatives. Yeah, we have some negatives off the tee. I was just about to say, dare I say I don't see negative off the tee golfers, but
there's usually one. There's like roughly one guy of the batch that's just a very good iron. But we never saw any guy off the tee that had bad approach play. I don't think.
How'd you word that?
If I remember when we were going through the off the tee stuff each year, we noticed that each guy that had good off the tee also was good approach.
Sungjae had.
It was Sungjae.
Yeah, that was the
only outlier.
Yeah,
we've had like one every other where it's been negative off the tee, but still good on approach. Was good enough to overcome the off the tee stuff.
Right. Well, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and an honorable mention down here. Kyle Stanley, known ball striker. These are all ball strikers. If you just look at the names.
Yeah. Cameron Tringali as well.
You also look at the stats. They also bear out the same thing. Cameron Tringali is the only really bad negative off the tee guy that finished inside the top 20.
It's like one guy. Yeah.
Just one guy. Yeah. I mean, that's been the trend too, is just one guy.
Yeah.
That has bad off the tee to go with these approach, Braguni, great. Duncan, great. Chesko, great. ZJ, Streelman, great. 0.9 ball striking.
Yeah, and if you think about ZJ, what do you think he's going to do greater? He's probably gaining around John Deere Classic off the tee anyway. He just, he probably that week he gained off the tee anyway, just because of the course and his comfortability around there.
So,
okay, around the greens.
Yep.
I'm curious about this one.
One, 2, 3, 4. Brian Campbell, though. Brian Campbell was tops in approach and tops in around the green.
Mm-hmm.
Kuchar, Hosler. Gross. Gross with Hosler. I mean, if there was one reason to play a guy only based off of his around the green stats, it would have been Hosler.
Mm-hmm. Or call it short game.
I guess this is still, dude. Oh my God, terrible.
But again, like Kuchar, his off the tee stuff is distance. Like he's probably peppering fairways nonstop.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
So that makes so much sense. It just allows your approach play to be that much better because you're not in the rough, in the crap. That's a bunch of them now this week.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in 2024. Notable that these around the green guys, look at all their off the tee and approach.
Yeah. You can, these are your leverage dudes where
There's only been one guy in 2025 and 2024 that had positive off the tee, positive approach, and positive around the green.
Yeah.
Only one guy as we look at all these around the green.
Yeah.
When it's sorted by around the green, I should say. So let me
Yeah.
keep that in mind when I look at the next. Oh God, only two.
Jeez.
And again, look at that. We get our positive off the tee, positive approach. So we still get the one.
Brendan Todd was just pretty much, neutral, ultra negative off the tee.
2022, we only get 3, and it's not even any top 10s.
Yeah, no, this was the
Oh God, yeah.
Chris Nagel. I remember Chris Nagel was a local. Crowd was going nuts for that guy because he was trying to get a top 10, which would have got him, I think, maybe into the following event, which would probably been
always gets you in the following event. Yeah,
but fun stuff there.
But we still get all 3 stats positive with sorting by around the green. One guy looking at the top 20 of around the green also has positive approach and off the tee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I get my positive guy down here in Douglas Gim. HV3 also qualifies. But yeah, the other guys up here that are top 20 did not have.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a mix and match, Byron, as it always is when it comes to building lineups.
You have different golfers that score in different ways. And I think typically models run a lot of ball striking. The people aren't going to say, are you a good around the greener? I think these guys you've just gone through for the last 5 minutes around the green are going to be guys that you can shove in there leverage wise because they're not going to be very pretty to look at.
I still get my guy. I still get the one guy that has all positive. So every single year, including the shit year in 2022, I'm still getting positive off the tee, positive. When I sort again by around the green, the top 20 around the green guys, there's always one that finishes top 20 that also has positive off the tee and positive approach.
Yeah. The guy's just playing fantastic holistic golf.
Yep. Okay. That was the around the green. Do you want to look at putting?
Yeah.
Okay. That BMAC in my chat just going crazy. He said he's on a heater. He wants to do like top 5, top 10, top 20. I'll do it on my stream. BMAC, we'll do it on my stream Tuesday night.
For what?
Usually looking for 3 guys to parlay into top 20 or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Like we guess who's going to top 20 and stuff like that.
I like that.
Okay, so best putters. We get 3, and it's our kind of top guys.
The big dudes at the top, yeah.
I don't get my positive off the tee and approach here.
And one of them was a negative around the greener, but the others were all solid around the green as well. That were also good putters that finished top 20.
Yeah, 4 golfers here. Again, I don't get my approach and off the tee positives.
Again, also good short game, at least neutral or positive. Yeah.
Obviously not Clinton. 2023. Oh, I get my positive off the tee and approach here with Peter Quest.
Jeez, but that's
and Adam Schenk. 4 guys again. I mean, it's not putting. You don't really have to care to look at putting. We get 5 in 22. Well, the shit year, you get 5. This is your leading stat in 2022 John Deere Classic is putting. If I sorted around the green approach off the tee, you're going to get more top 20s looking at your best putters. And you get an honorable mention down here in Chesson Hadley. 2021, Only one.
One. Wow.
2019, only two. 2018, you get 4. So I mean, it's like 2 to 5, but it's 4 or less in all but 1 year.
Yeah. I agree.
Putting ain't it for me, pal.
And well, putting plus around the green play for me is I'm cool with that. So
If we were to try to qualify some of these other golfers, like just looking at 2025, I guess you don't get to Jackson Koivin any other way other than putting. In 2025, because
yeah, but his stats are probably all jacked up anyway. He like 5 events in that sample size.
Sure,
So
yeah.
whatever.
But like Bridgman, well, we didn't even see Bridgman last year. Oh wait, he was a top approach golfer, wasn't he? No, he no. Oh, Campbell. Oh my God, I mixed the two up. Bridgman, Campbell. It's easy to mix those guys up. I'm just whatever. I don't even know. I don't even know.
We're approaching hour 3. We are approaching hour 3.
I suppose. Denny McCarthy. Maybe we saw him approach. Anyways, never mind. I'm trying to find. What I was trying to say is, hey, we've seen these guys in other stat categories, but in 2025 that was not true, and I'm not going to go through all of the other years. It doesn't matter to me that much. All right, Byron.
For the moment we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, we are coming full circle, looking at off the tee stats. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically, you're going to see almost the same amount of golfers on the screen that you did on the other one. I mean, just looking at the top 20 would be somewhere around here, I guess. 5, 6. Yeah, basically Rio and up. But we can look at everybody else. What did we figure out with off the tee again?
It's like 4.
Yeah.
Per year.
Yep. 4. But was there something
one of
else
them was
that
a bad approach guy? Like 3 of the 4 were usually also good iron players.
That's right. So
we're basically looking for guys like Koivin, Kiefer, Hoey, Rio, and then the guys at the bottom there.
Lindheim, obviously, just he doesn't play enough to even worry about.
Exactly.
Not that big of a deal. Michael Brennan, would he be someone you'd want to play? He's like, if I was to put an exposure on for me, like max ownership would be maybe 6%.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I have no love for Neil Shipley.
Man, let's bookmark Neil Shipley because I want you to see what he's figured his stuff out. He's clicked. There's like a tipping point for him in the last, pretty much since we got to a couple places that really demanded good driving, and he's played a lot better the last little while, like significantly better.
Do you want to deep dive him now, or do you want to wait?
I'm getting distracted. I've pulled him up, so might as well. All right, here we go. Because it's in, context matters.
It does.
This is his. I mean, if you take a look at what Neil Shipley did last year on the KFT, he was like gaining strokes on the field. He won one and was top 10ing like multiple events. Comes onto the PGA Tour and just like, this is a bloodbath of miscuts. And then since the Zurich miscut, we've had 4 made cuts in 5 starts, including the US Open. So I'm starting to we're starting to see some approach play come in, and you never know what that does to this area of his game either. So I'm bullishly, passively optimistic about Neil Shipley.
He's got the driving accuracy with a little bit of the driving power that definitely, shows up here. So sure, I can't.
Fair.
4%er. He's a 4%er.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to go all in on him either. No.
Keith Mitchell, I think this is it's going to, like, there's Keith Mitchell and Jackson Koivin. Like, they're both up there They both have positive. The only thing is, like Koiven, limited sample size, obviously, but Koiven has the off the tee approach of 0.9 or greater, whereas Mitchell does not. But Mitchell's is close. Mitchell's is very close. That's 0.8. He's at 0.8.
I think if you go last 7, Keith Mitchell will
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, they're basically locks. Chris Goddard, eh. Oh my God, Doug Yim is right there too.
He is.
He's got the point.
His
It's pretty much
green
0.9.
is like killer right now, dude.
All right, I think I might take back my Doug Yim 20%.
I think we might have to make some adjustments, yeah. Because it's playing. All he needs is like some good putting.
He's going to be one of the top iron players too at 0.318.
And around the green.
Yeah. He's got, and if we're going by the around the green, I want a guy that has both stats positive off the tee and approach. I just want one of them.
And he's basically a pathetic putter, except for like 3 times this year. He's gained 1.5 strokes or more putting and finished 19th, 15th, and 59th. So anytime Doug Gim is essentially gaining with the putter, it's like a top 20, basically.
Dude, yeah, I think he is a 20%er for me.
Yeah, it's gained with the putter, finished 7th at the RSM in 2025.
It's so funny. Just think about it. How this video of ours has gone. This stream of ours has gone. You literally go, but can you play Doug Yim 20% of the time? And I go, no, never mind. I can't. You're right. And now we're here. We're like, we gotta play him now.
But I will say, if we go back and look and listen, I think we were mentioning we need to see what his lead-in stats look like.
True.
I think somebody mentioned. I think I was.
Yeah, it's probably you, not me.
Interested to see what's underlying there, and I think we can recalibrate our assessment on Doug Yim.
Yeah, I agree. And Pearson Cootie,
and looking at his odds,
Doug Yim's?
think like he's 43-1. I think 30-1 is like that the beginning of the 8K range. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Doug Gim bottom of the 8s, top of the 7s.
Yeah, 79, 78. Yeah. Pearson Cootie. Okay. We don't really. We don't need to talk about everyone that we've already talked about before. Mm-hmm. So we've already talked about Johnny Kiefer. Good to see him up there. He's close to the 0.9.
Yeah, he is. They're gonna have to.
Jimmy Stanger. Probably staying awayer, but I do like he's a birdie maker, so I do like him. That approach looks awful.
It does. Short game is absolutely there, and we had 2 really good. Like his recent form is getting a little messed up by some stuff. Like if you picking just microscopic sample size, he's played some really good golf the last 2 or 3 starts.
Okay. Good. Yeah.
Not going to model out great long term, but
Preston Stout is an automatic X. Like I just don't care.
If I don't know what the guy looks like, I'm not playing him.
Yeah, 0.001%. Rico Hoey. I really don't know much about what the hell this guy's been up to.
Super slow start to the season and is starting to find some form.
Look at his ball striking and his strokes gained total. Like it's going to be one of the tops in the field.
Yeah, he missed a couple cuts early and then has had a 19th and a 17th in his last 3 starts. So,
what tournaments were those?
The CJ Cup, Byron Nelson, the Charles Schwab, missed a cut at the RBC Canadian.
I mean, that's okay. The Canadian miscut is not super great, but
no. It was a bad short game week for him, but he's basically since the Valspar he's figured out his short game. So, and that's been when he's missed. That was his first miscut since the Players. He started finding some consistency after like starting off the year with a couple miscuts and a WD. I don't mind him. I think he popped up on some leaderboards as well in the past. Yeah, so.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting to note.
Mason Howell, I'm going to skip past, unless you have something to say about him.
No.
Thor Bjornsson, I think I'm just always going to play him, but I don't feel really all that confident to play him this week.
He's a guy that I would not be shocked to see play well. I
Mhm.
also wouldn't be surprised to see him play poorly.
Yeah.
You know, he's kind of that range right now.
We mentioned Sudarshan before. I feel like he's just a huge birdie maker. Why wouldn't you want to put him on your lineups? I mean, his recent form is awful, though. He's not as strong as he was when he, like, a month or two ago, or 2 months ago, I should say. So I don't know what's going on there. Aldrich, what do you know about Mr.
I just know that he's
Here.
not like missing cuts nonstop. I think he's now made like 5 or 6 cuts in a row coming into the week. I mean, that recent form is solid, dude. You know, that's 21, 50. He's just been like top 25ing. And now we're getting back on some bent grass greens. A place he was playing really well at the last time he showed up here before the WD.
Is that 2 events, the 2150? How many events has he played in the last 7 weeks?
He has not played. He wasn't in the US Open. He
I have an 8th place finish 3 weeks ago. Was that the one? No,
RBC Canadian.
RBC Canadian, and then a 35th 7 weeks ago,
which is the PGA Championship.
Okay.
And then he was 48th at the Truist, which was at Quail. Chipped himself out of that. 14th at the Cadillac, 25th at the RBC Heritage, and 21st at the Texas Children's.
Okay.
The only miscut he has in the last 7 starts was the Masters, when he was playing with the wrong driver settings because his driver broke pre-round. And when you are him and have that kind of ball speed, like, any bad settings on the driver is going to like completely jack your shit up.
Sure.
Now, did he skull one over the green on the very first hole of his tournament? Yes. The screamer across the first green at Augusta, about into the shins of the patrons there. And it was downhill from there.
Gotcha.
But been solid since.
Okay. Probably staying away from Toasty. Don't really care.
Mm-hmm.
Pendrith is interesting. I don't know what to do with Pendrith. I don't feel that confident in playing. Something this whole year for him just seems so
off.
underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just went back to being who he was before winning the event last. Or what event did he win last year?
Ben Coles at the CJ Cup. Byron Nelson made a bogey on the closing par 5 that is basically playing at like 4 2/4 or 4 1/4. Strokes, and he bogeyed it to just hand Pendrith the win.
Yeah, well,
Pendrith had to make par on the final hole to win the tournament. Like
last year Pendrith was great, or was it last year? Or was it 2 years ago? Was it 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago.
Doesn't matter. It's not good this year.
It's definitely not good this year. I can get behind Rio. Putting doesn't look great, but that's fine. I mean, I don't really care that much. Well, I do, but whatever. Kevin Yu, Hao Tong, do you like either of those guys?
Hao Tong is interesting because there's some contextual hinge points here with him, because he recently saw a psychologist. And if you know who Hao Tong Lee is and what he gets up, that psychologist is either going to be the most famous psychologist known to man if Hao Tong can like find inner peace on the golf course, or the psychologist is going to need a psychologist because of Hao Tong, just being her client, because at one point he was like, whenever that fucking bad Hao Tong shows up, my psychologist said, go away. You tell him to go away. And this was after I had several best ball teams that would have advanced into paying off a lot of prize pool money if Hao Tong Lee could just make the cut in a couple of that third leg contest schedule.
and he would just get onto the back nine of a Friday, and having shot 3 or 4 under par on the front, 42. Just he would just like rattle off like 4 bogeys, 5 bogeys in a row, or like a triple, just meltdown. So now we've got a psychologist, and then he spoke about it at some event, and the next day he played fantastic, and then on Sunday, Bad Haotong showed up in a big way. I think it might have been
He
the
wasn't
season
able to
cup
tell
run.
him to go away.
No, was not. Bad Haotong showed up and stuck around. He did not disappear. But there's optimism in the future for him, and we've had some time for Bad Haotong to have been locked in the basement there. So maybe things come through. Ricky Fowler's.
I was just gonna mention those 3 golfers, Fowler, McGreevy, and Thompson, almost have the exact same
profile.
stat lines outside of Fowler's extremely positive putting.
Yeah.
They're like and we touched up on, well, not Fowler, but we did McGravy, and not so much Davey Boy Thompson this year, but those are some good stats for such terrible recent form. Like, that almost doesn't make any sense whatsoever. 0.84 strokes.
Well, the thing is, Ricky's doing this clumpy stuff where he's just rattling off like 3 top 12s in a row, and then also 3 miscuts in a row. Just, and it's anytime I start betting him top 20, this stuff starts happening. So,
well, I guess I'm looking at the last 12 months of strokes gain data, which it does include the last last 7 weeks where he has 3 missed cuts, or last 4 weeks he's got 3 missed cuts involved. So that does go in here. Just shows that he was playing pretty darn good, prior to the last 7 weeks.
I'm not concerned about that bad form as much, because it's come and gone. So being early on somebody that, if the bad form disappears, we still know that he's very capable of finishing 8th.
By the way, I don't want to extend this stream any longer than it has to be. Anyone who wants to do this, you could go back and look every year like we did, and then also match up with the recent form. Like, there's Rico having a 68 for recent form. I'm just going to, Fishburne, 74, Kitayama, 60. Oh my God. This is all Ricky Fowler. I mean, Ricky is 78, which is considerably worse than those other golfers we just mentioned, but this is a bucket. This is a recent form bucket 4. He belongs in that bucket just like those other guys did, and they all had positive off the tee and positive approach, just like Ricky Fowler does. So if there's a reason to play Ricky Fowler this week, I just gave you one reason,
Yeah. If you're running like a 18-month sample size, 12-month sample size on Ricky, I mean, just click strokes gain total quickly while we're here. I think he's going, he'll be right up there, because he's been playing really right there. Like, these guys, if they show up on the leaderboard, you're not going to be shocked, despite, Ricky's recent form is so bad. He'd be way up. You'd be even ahead of Ben Griffin if this last stretch of golf was a bit better.
So I think on both ends of this, if you're to say people regress back to their means, you could say, okay, someone like a Ricky Fowler is only going to play better because, he's going to regress back to his baseline, which is obviously really good. And then there's also a golfer, Sung-Yul No has really good recent form, and so does Blades Brown. Maybe they regress back to whatever. I don't know what that would be. Before. Right.
But like, we saw Ricky, this is 2026, this is Ricky Fowler. When the news came out about Tiger Woods was at the Texas Children's Houston Open, and Ricky Fowler was like inside the top 10 or something.
Yeah, he played a really good
round one, and was right in the mix. There he is, T11 after round 1, and then missed the cut because he shot a 70.
If you look at his scorecard, I think he was actually better than -3. I think at some point in time.
Yeah, but either way, I think on the Friday,
you're absolutely right. By the way, yeah,
was when he found out, and then he hit a couple into like
streams on the course that we didn't even know were in like play. Hit it there. Missed the cut the Valero as well.
I
Then went
think
off a little
Byron,
run, yeah. You know,
if
like
you go back to our Sunday pod after the Houston Open, I think I made the joke that I think someone must have whispered to Ricky that Tiger was in a car crash.
exactly.
Yeah.
And then it seemed like everything was okay. I mean, this was like
That was really good.
RBC Heritage Cadillac Tourist, 3 straight top 10s in signature events.
Yep.
And the ball strike, everything was clicking. And then what the fuck happened here now?
Could
Because
this be an injury?
it's just an immediate, but it's also like the short injuries impact short game more than we realize as well. Sometimes.
For sure. Especially back injuries.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just like the entire game is just like completely derailed. And the putting, the chipping, the irons have gone like off the charts bad. It's like he's lost it. He's something is up, you know, like, and it's been now a 4-week stretch where it's just been very bad, you know, basically since making the weekend at the PGA Championship.
The positive here is at the Travelers. Here, I'll pull this over. He finished 38th, which isn't super great, but he shot 10 under, which, you know, there's what? Yeah, never mind. I was going to say there's only a few shots between him and 10th place, but that's not true. There's like 6 shots between him and 10th place.
This is essentially, this could almost be a miscut performance. I mean, did he gain strokes?
Off the tee, he did considerably, but then his approach is awful.
Mm-hmm.
Around the green was good. Putting was awful. So he was break even.
Fractional, yeah.
Which makes sense. There's 72 golfers in the field.
Exactly.
He finished 38th place. That's pretty much right in the middle.
Yeah. I think JT Poston is the reason he gained strokes.
Yeah, probably. Driving accuracy was good. Driving distance was good. Greens and reg were good. That's good. 80%. It really came down to the flat stick.
Yeah. So that's encouraging. You know, it's not
agreed.
It's not like he's
especially when his putting is usually good. I don't know those 3 events he missed the cut. Can you see what his putting stats look like there?
It was all bad. It was like, so this is now 5 weeks in a row that he has completely just sucked it up on the greens.
Holy, yeah.
But it's worth noting that he gained strokes at the US Open and missed the cut, you know, like on the money. So hardest field to make the cut in the US Open, it's top 60.
I'm going to say putting is the easiest thing to fix unless you got the yips. But if it ain't the yips,
and the yips isn't this, like, this is mediocre.
Yeah, the yips is seeing snakes on hole 1 of Augusta.
Yeah. Yips is what you see Ernie Els do on hole 1 of Augusta.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
John Rahm on hole 1 of Augusta. So I think there's a chance. There's a chance Ricky can get it together this week.
Agreed. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
We don't need to talk, or we don't need to do the off the tee thing. Let's go to approach. Now, I believe the rule here was only one guy had negative off the tee. That was in top 10s of previous years. But it was like every year there was one guy that had negative off the tee. But of the 4 to 5 golfers that were from this list, this top 20 list, you know, 3 of them had positive off the tee to go along with positive approach. And it was 0.9 strokes ball striking. So the combination of the 2.
Yeah.
So Ben Coles fits that just because his approach is really good. This is fairy tale like numbers. That isn't Ben Coles, you know, baseline. That's not Ben Coles. Like, I bet Ben Coles' baseline is like 0.3 strokes gain approach. So I don't even know.
My friend, this is some stuff. Okay, this is 2025. Here's his approach column.
Holy shit.
Okay, 2026. He's like,
It is over one. Oh my god!
it's like he's a winner. He just 3 starts ago he just won the BMW Charity Pro-Am presented
And
by
he's an
BD
accuracy
Synthes.
guy off the tee. Go to 2025
is-
for me again.
This is like
Oh my
whispering-
god!
This is
Oh my
whispering some
God.
stuff to us, bud.
Oh my god! Yeah, putter
it's just,
sucks.
it's just this. It's this.
Oh my
Now,
god, dude!
What is he at John Deere? How's he done? he does have 1 year where he gained, and he's 1 year where he's neutral. So it's not like horrific. But I mean, look at what he did here, and then look
at his off the tee in 2013. That he's a young boy. Like that was
Jesus. That's like a long time ago, eh?
yeah. So you can skip out on that.
Yeah.
What was the issue here? 2022.
It wasn't
getting on the tour, I guess.
It's just being new on the tour, and I think this might have been I don't know. I think I saw him.
Oh, 2022 was the crap year. Well, he should have been better in the crap year, but
he might have been fielding calls from Liv. You never know.
Yeah. That's so funny, Byron, because we're both going to take this going forward now and just remember 2022 was such a shit year for the John Deere Classic, and we're not even we don't quite know. We think it's the drama with Liv is probably the reason why. We're gonna have to investigate and figure that shit out. Why was it so bad?
Well, it was Charles Schwab the third, Charles Howell the third.
Charles.
It was his send-off.
Charles Schwab the third. It's probably his fault.
It was his send-off, man. Like this was the last tournament. Chucky Three Sticks, the last official tournament on the PGA Tour was the John Deere Classic, baby. You know, like
I'm feeling really good about Ben Coles. Just looking at this, everything's trending up, anyways, and he has a new win under his belt. That gives you a lot of confidence.
Yeah, and this Corn Ferry Tour event, we don't have the stats. And again, the last three, there's no way he won this tournament losing putting. You know, so we have gained putting now in 3 consecutive. Let's call this US Open gaining, and it is neutral.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's got ball striking that's good enough to just win. Like he potentially could have gained this amount of strokes putting and won if he had like a mean ball striking day or week, you know, this is more impressive than his 2026 stats because it's just a much bigger sample size. It just paints such a more beautiful picture on the ball striking front.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go, Ben Coles. You know, this is driving accuracy approach. I mean, this is Zach Johnson-esque apart from like the
ZJ's a better putter, but yeah,
the short game stuff, you know, like you're seeing. So
yeah, I like it.
Yeah, let's see what happens with old Benjamin. What is his odds? I'm curious.
120 to 1.
He's by Grillo. He's 88 to 1.
Oh wow.
So like
that's another good number. Yeah.
It's not a terrible, and maybe something else gets mentioned there. Okay, back to I'm waiting for a certain guy to pop up here to bring up a comment in the chat. But
Zach Blair,
seeing him.
Don't really care. Fabian Gomez.
No. Zach Blair, you must care. Clip that.
Oh,
because
we did mention his name. What was it from?
It's just from the fact he made the cut at the US Open.
He was one of those top.
He's
bucket.
He's a very good iron player, and he doesn't have distance at all. Like his off the tee hemorrhaging strokes is distance.
Was he one of the guys that we mentioned in the U.S. Open, finishing like 23rd or?
Yeah, he was like right up there.
Can you tell me what he
I'm
shot
looking. I'm looking. There he is. It's on the screen. 3 rows down. 32nd.
He wasn't that bad. Okay. That's why we. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah.
And it's good.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
And you can have one negative off the tee guy. So maybe it's
and when your negative is distance,
if your negative is accuracy, I think I'm
Out.
not out, but like it's more gross than the negative.
They better
being the
be a
lack of
bomber,
distance, you know,
right?
like yeah,
Or,
exactly.
well,
You need to be super long that you can hit like Aldrich hit 2 irons and stuff around you nonstop.
but if you're negative off the tee, you got to be uber inaccurate in order to have negative off the tee stats.
Right. Which makes you dangerous, yeah. You know, like so Zach Blair, we
We
must
do care. Fabian Gomez, I don't care. Old man balls. Well, who knows? Maybe old man balls does well here because we've seen old man balls do well here before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a long golf course.
Okay. Is there a name? I don't care for David Skins, but now that we talk about like you don't need power, almost everybody on. Is there a golfer you don't like besides Nick Dunlap, or do you like Nick Dunlap? Don't tell me you like Nick Dunlap.
If you think about it, like, dude, he's a very good putter, you know, sometimes. He's very talented. And by sometimes I mean the time he finished 11th here, losing.
Hey, Ben Coles is a good putter too, sometimes.
Sometimes. But Nick Dunlap, you know, like once you get off the tee out of the way, he managed to figure it out. And I think, I don't know, bro. It's interesting. We need to deep dive him more off the tee wise, but there's hope. There's bits of hope
Okay.
at a course like this.
All right. I have a way to look at this. We want 3 positive off the tee guys to go with our positive approach. And we want something like 0.9 strokes ball striking. We got Jackson Koiven as qualifier. Well, Ben Coles is qualifier 1.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Koiven as qualifier 2. I'm going to bump up Smotherman. He's close enough.
Yeah.
So that's 3. DB Burger Time isn't close enough, but that is positive. It's technically positive.
Mm-hmm.
He's an honorable mention. Austin Ackroyd is an honorable mention. Blades Brown is an honorable mention. But if you're going to ask me if I'm going to play Blades Brown, I'm going to say yes because that's just too good. Mac Meisner is an honorable mention. Rico Hoey matches the description, so that's 4. Johnny Kiefer is pretty freaking close. If I'm gonna include Austin Smotherman, I'm gonna have to add Kiefer, so that's 5. Doug Gim is 6, and that's the end of the list. 6. Pick 3. Who are the 3 that you're gonna put your lineup? Like you're gonna build lineups with?
It's got to be Gim.
You go on Gim.
Ben Coles.
Ben Coles. There's 2. Who's your third guy? I wish I could sort it for you easier so you can see
you're
them.
fine. Which I do want to suggest to you, like putting a ball striking column in here and distance and accuracy is really going to help us not do as much guessing.
I agree.
But your tool's sick. I love your stuff. As in most areas in life, there's always room for improvement, which means that Zach Blair.
Oh, you're going with Zach Blair. Ooh. Hold on. No. Positive off the tee.
He's not the guy.
Just wait. I'm going to give you 4 guys, but you need to give me 3 positive off the tee guys.
Yeah,
and you gave me Gim.
It's Koiven, Gim, and
Ben Coles. You went with Koiven?
I mean,
you're going to?
Yeah. I mean, he's
okay. So then my next exercise was going to be, now of these top guys with approach, find me 1 golfer that has negative off the tee.
ZB.
My guy is small hands Tom Kim.
And TK. Yeah. And Tom, if Tommy's losing off the tee, it's because of distance. He's a winner at the Wyndham where, you know, like he keeps it in play. And TPC Summerlin as well, you know, 2-time winner there. So another venue that's
very forgiving off the tee with wide fairways, but once you stray, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Ben Cross greens, I believe, as well on TPC Summerlin. So,
Yep. Overseeded at least.
yeah.
For sure. So here would be my 4 golfers. Tom Kim's my negative off the tee guy. I'm also gonna go with Blades Brown. He doesn't hit the 0.9, but I just think he's such a talent that I'm going to.
And minimal data there, so we can imagine with some
Correct.
more reps on tour that comes right.
I'm gonna join you with Doug Yim.
Yeah.
And then I feel like there's always a coming out party. You know, like I'm a little worried if I go with Jackson Koivin that him and Blades Brown are the same golfer and one of them's gonna like do poorly and while the other one excels. I don't think they both excel, but if I don't have a superstition that they're the same golfer, I'd like them both. Like I want to play them both. So my guys are Jackson, Gim, Blades Brown, and Tom Kim. And yours are Coles, Koivin, Gim, and Zach Blair.
Zach Blair. You can also throw Bezzy.
Clip that. Clip it.
Clip that. StreamYard. Honorable mention, Christian Bezuidenhout. You know, like think about what he's done here and how he lacks distance off the tee, but he's an accuracy guy. Course history for him is,
you know, if I'm gonna be like super if I want to follow what we've been talking about, like to the tee, I know I want at least 4 golfers from this list right here. I know I do. I want 4 golfers, and I'm gonna follow that same thing that you and I just went through. So our negative off the tee guys that I would play would be Zach Blair, Marty Doe, Tom Kim. I really like Zach Bosho. I think this is a really good golf course for Zach Bosho.
Yeah.
And he's a accuracy guy over distance. Eric Cole would also be a negative off the tee guy. And Bezzy. I mean, there's Adam Svensson down here, which I haven't heard about Adam Svensson's name in forever. But so the 5 golfers that I named, I'll leave a gap of like 20% to not play any of them, but then I'm going to equal out the ownership. So it's going to be somewhere between, 14 to 16% for each of those guys.
I love it, dude. And Svensson just did well at the RBC Canadian as well. You know, so showed up there.
Did he have
very randomly?
You remember when he was playing really good golf and then he had to like early withdraw before even starting the event? Was it because he had a baby? Like do you remember like his wife having a kid and then it just kind of went downhill from there?
I don't know what he did. I also want to mention Austin Eckroat here.
Yeah.
Who's, like he's a 2-time winner on the PGA Tour.
Yep.
He when he pops, and had an 11th year last year, and so
100%, man. I agree.
Okay.
All right. Strokes gain around the green.
These are our sneakies. These are sneaky boys.
Hey, the one rule is I want to find a guy who's at the top here that has both strokes gain off the tee and approach positive, because we've seen one guy inside the top 20 of all the same years or all the years. I see one guy whose name is Mac Meisner.
He's been playing well lately as well. Has Holt McClure.
It's only Mac Meisner.
He's only Mac. I mean, it's guaranteed. He's locked into top 20.
Yeah, he's guaranteed to be a top 20. And he's a strokes gain 1 guy, meaning all his stats are positive. All of his strokes gain stats are positive.
And his recent form of 41st, it's if you take a look at his
leading
starts, yes, because this is the week for him to shine. He's shit the bed in signature events. Wow. And he's like top 20 in all the non-Siggies.
Wow.
has old McClure. It's been. If I read you his recent starts in non-signature events, here they are. Miscut at the RBC Canadian when I bet him top 20, first time ever. Prior to that, Charles Schwab Challenge, 3rd. CJ Cup Byron Nelson, 31st. One Flight, 9th. Zurich, 10th. Valero, 30th. Texas Children, 28th. Valspar miscut, Players miscut, Cognizant miscut, Waste Management, Phoenix Open, 18th. So, I mean, 3rd, 31st, 9th, and 10th.
Where was his top 10 finishes again? I'm trying to trying to look at think of region.
He has his season.
So Memorial and John Deere Classic kind of in the same area, I suppose.
Ohio, I mean, not necessarily. I got to drive like 10 hours to get to.
No, I know, but they're going to be on the same, longitude line or lat.
And that's 10 hours from Iowa. I'd imagine it's like 6.
Sure.
But short positional venue, Charles Schwab Challenge, You know
what I could actually make this out to be? Low strength of field, he excels.
Yeah.
Minus RBC Canadian, but
it was one bad miscut, but
his accuracy was awful. Oh, he's not an accuracy guy at all.
No, not necessarily. But again, he's everything else is like figuring itself out, he's solid.
Oh, Mac Meisner's like break even off the tee. I thought he was like a big gainer off the tee, but nope, he's break even.
And he's never gained around John Deere off the tee either, but still with the T20 in 2024. So I'm okay with that. And I think he sucked it up this week at the Travelers, if I recall correctly. So
he did play, didn't he?
He sucked. Because MJack, it's my dad's company. MacMan's a T44. Yeah, just a normal. I mean, this is just normal. This is not bad golf. This is just getting beat by better golfers than you in a signature field event because you don't feel like you belong there.
I mean, he finished one stroke behind Ricky Fowler. We were just talking about Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, like guys, he T44 is like Siwoo Kim, Ryan Gerard, Eric Cole. By the way, Eric Cole's off the tee stuff, completely jumping around here. Look at this. And this miscut at the RBC Canadian was one Thursday. He was the first round leader. Yeah.
I mean, I like Eric Cole at this
point. He's found his groove off the tee at least, I'd imagine. So just thought we'd mention some stuff there. Yeah.
I'm looking at Mac Meisner's poor approach play because he lost nearly 4 strokes.
Yeah.
Approach. Positive off the tee, positive putting. But if I go into each of these rounds, very bad in round 1, break even in round 2, very bad in round 3, and not very good round. So then it's like, okay, let's look at the scorecard. What happened? Well, there's a water ball here. So that's, over 220 yards going for the green. This approach was more or less affected by his off the tee. But
can you get that blue banner out the way? Thank you.
I mean, this is probably more to do with the fact, and maybe he was trying to hit it over this tree, hit the tree. I have no idea. Actually, if I do the tour cast, will I be able to see?
Yes. I'd imagine that just looks like a punch out because it landed up in the fairway. Yeah. I'd assume it's good to go.
So I'm just going to look at all the bogeys that he had and just see were there any
drive
penalties. Round 3 was a bad approach. Why would it be bad? I don't see anything like score-wise that was like terrible.
Well, I hit one under the bridge and then chipped in. So like
that's true.
It's very possible anything.
I'm not. I mean, maybe this, but I'm not seeing anything that would resemble minus 1.5 strokes.
I could probably just put.
Okay, I missed green there. That makes no sense to me unless am I looking at the wrong? It was round 3, wasn't it? That was bad. Yeah, round 3 was bad.
Yeah, I'll find him on the data golf page because that'll show us immediately where he lost his strokes.
Oh,
Check
yeah.
hole. It wasn't a bad shot. That's not what you want to see. Is when your approach play is like, you're just bleeding out.
They all get adjusted based off of the performance of everybody else in the field, but like, I mean, they don't look that bad.
No, the worst approach shot he hit in that round was on 4, and he only lost 0.6. It wasn't like it was just, he just bled out. Just never. He just hit very mediocre shots more often than you needed to this week. This is round 3. That's round 4. Sorry, round 3, same situation. Just
half a stroke lost on a lot of those holes. Well, hole 2.
Sorry,
hold on. Round 3. Oh, he did miss the green. That makes sense. He missed the green.
It's barely
hole 6. He
hit the green,
par 5,
far away.
He hit it into the rough. That's why he lost strokes.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm not really that concerned with Mac Meisner's approach play. Like, yeah, the finish isn't super great,
but again, this is in the Travelers Signature event. We know Mac Meisner is like, he's the blue collar merchant of the Midwest merchant. Yeah, I think he's going to do some good work in one of the weaker fields he's played recently. This dude's been doing it good things in.
And he shot 70, 66, 67, 68. None of that seems awful. It just wasn't good enough. Yeah, you said, he got beat by better players.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, he's actually playing better than some of the guys that he got beat by. I just think from what we've realized, is he just doesn't believe that he's better than them.
Maybe. Yeah.
Because this is not the first time I've thought about him as somebody that struggled off the the schedule, the strength of schedule that he's in. So
sure,
we'll see. I love this. I mean, the John Deere Classic is anything but a signature event. It's like exactly where you want to go with old Mac Meisner.
One name down here. Look at this. I don't have to scroll too far until we get to our guy Doug Gim. Being all things positive.
Exactly, dude. Oh man,
he doesn't fit though in that column that we were looking at year after year. So he doesn't qualify to be the one guy. So we can go Meisner and Doug Gim.
Yeah, exactly. And when your irons are that good, you're not getting out many chances to chip with old Douglas, and whatever. So who knows?
So we only looked at one type of golfer, and that was positive off the tee, positive approach to go with positive around the green. Now we get to choose whomever we want from here. I will say I don't remember both stats being negative for any of the guys that were inside the top 20 with good around the green stats.
Yeah, no. Ball strike. We were noticing ball strikers were coming through, whether it's irons or off the tee or a combination of both.
Yeah.
And like a Brendan Todd, I just love how you've been hovering over that name the whole time. Yeah, it's what has happened to him? Is he injured as well? Is his 6'4" torso finally worn down from drive after drive after drive at 160 miles an hour ball speed?
I'm almost certain that guy has no soul, so it doesn't really matter. Like, he's not even broken. He's just not here.
It's just, he's not a solid human. He's turned into particles that are just walking around Earth. All right. So, guys like Andrew Putnam.
Oh, well, here. Let's find the guys that are not both negative. So these three golfers up top, Bird, Kazire, and Jaeger, off the list.
Out.
But Sungjae fits the list, but this is ugly. This is really ugly.
We have not spoken about Sungjae, so he has a Sungjae take for you.
Is this the one you're waiting for me to get to?
It's actually another one. But
okay.
I don't see him on the fact that I haven't seen Kevin Yu show up at any point in time, and I don't think it's going to show up with a putter.
Kevin Yu was we mentioned Kevin Yu.
We did
with off the tee. Yeah, if I
Okay,
sorted by off the tee, he was like down here. He's right here.
Okay. There we go.
But this isn't. No, I just he doesn't have
There's
enough.
a lot of, the thing he's doing best is the thing that matters the least here. So,
Correct.
RK, also epic photo there, my brother. You completely different photo than what I picture you on as, on Twitter. But okay, so back to Sungjae around the greens. I mean, this dude,
He's so streaky that I think he has to be a DFS play.
has to be. And over the last 3 years, he's arguably the best player in the field.
Can you pull up his profile on Data Golf? I like the view that shows. That's kind of the reason.
It's a sick website, man. We don't like to promote other things too much on here, but this is free. It's like we want people to still have good access to what
I want
good
to
information.
see
So
his T5 and T9. Like I want to see what he did the tournament before.
Short game. He short gamed the shit out of those weeks. He technically played really badly the week before.
Yeah, and all of those, I was kind of hoping to see Byron is a week off before a top 5 because he just had a week off.
Yeah, it's not the chance of finding a Sungjae M week off is like a needle in the haystack. He just plays nonstop.
It's really bad finish followed by a top 10. He's almost dead last at the Cadillac Championship where there was no cut. And then he missed the cut at the PGA. And then you look at his top 4 down there at the Valspar, he missed the cut at the Players. Those are all weeks before.
Yeah. But it's also like the fact that he chipped and putted his way to the Truest, and these are long ass golf courses.
Another thing you could look at it too is
he gained distance. Dude, I actually saw him get into like the 180s. Sungjae M, distance wise. This is he's hung tough. It's been the accuracy that's really struggled, but definitely more distance this year compared to last year.
Okay. I'm lukewarm on Sungjae.
There's the downside is immense because this iron play it's not going to be the reason he wins. It's because of his irons.
I have a theory about golfers like Sungjae. It comes down to the goofy fucking swing that he has to have repetition in order to be good.
Yeah.
So I've been asking, like, where's like all of his top 5s? I want to see a week off before his top 5 or his top 10 or whatever. In fact, on this list, I don't really see weeks off. U.S. Open, he had a week off before. So yeah, so T43 is okay at the U.S. Open, but it's not going to be okay here unless he's in the 6K range, which I guess he could be.
Did he play this week? I think
seems insane if he was.
Just
okay.
Middle of the
pack.
Not
bad.
Middle of the pack, man. With a bad day today, really. To be honest with you.
Better than Meisner, better than Fowler that we've already looked at and said that we would be comfortable playing.
And got her up the second highest odds on the second lowest odds, shortest odds of the tournament.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the JDC. Oh yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Travelers. I was like, what?
No.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
That's the thing with Sungjae, brother. It's like if he chips and putts his face off, he's going to be in the fairway enough to like.
I'll set my exposure to Sungjae to 12 to 14%, somewhere in there, and just be happy with it. I can't go. So when I say these numbers, that 12 to 14 is lukewarm. That's like when it comes to colors, that's yellow. Like it's cautious. I don't care to play a lot. Yeah. When I get over 16% or when I'm like around 16%, that is green. That is all systems go. That's 1 in 6 lineups that I build is going to have that golfer in it. That's more than enough. Like you get higher than that, and then that's like lock territory or 10K territory where I'm getting like 20% or more or whatever.
Yeah. And
so anyways,
I'm yawning a lot. I'm sorry. I'm very interested in the conversation, and my body is just old now. I just
well, I mean, I just looked at the time too. We probably should get out of here in the next 10, 15 minutes, if not sooner. So
we're wrapping up the around the green stuff, yeah. But these are the I don't want to leave too soon because these are the guys that like not a lot of people are going to play because this ball strike, you can just see the ball striking columns. The two columns next to what we filtered on here and sorted by are bad.
Yeah.
You know, and if we can find the guys that are bad off the tee that are short, but still have like Andrew Putnam.
I was just gonna say the next name to talk about is Andrew Putnam.
Yeah.
He's got one positive stat in approach or off the tee. He qualifies to be in a lineup.
And he's an ultra accurate guy. So he's going to be in the fairway often.
Yeah, and he makes enough putts to be good. Of course, history is pretty bad, but whatever.
But he's playing better this year. And
Dude.
There's Taylor Montgomery.
This is the equivalent of he who shall not be named. Like this is the last golfer I ever want to talk about ever in anything.
Okay. Well, let's move on to Seng Yul No because
but Byron, it's kind of a joke. It's a joke. You know how I feel about his golf swing. I know he's a person. I know he probably has feelings, but it's my bit now is like we don't talk about Taylor Montgomery.
You spend more time talking about not talking about him.
Yes, that's the bit too. Okay. You want to go to Sung You'll Know. Ben Griffin's right there first. Ben Griffin is like, he qualifies. This is all break even stuff right here. So he's going to be a 10K golfer that you can feel comfortable playing.
Just pivot to the last 7 weeks. Ben Griffin's profile is going to become even better because he's played a lot better lately. This beginning of the year was pretty brutal for Ben Griffin.
That is true. Very true. And by the way, when it comes to the round the green, we want to find 3 to 4 guys, and one of them have the pod. We already found that. That's Mac Meisner. But then now we got like 3 golfers to choose from here. I don't see how you can go wrong with starting your lineups with Ben Griffin, you know?
No, I don't see how you can go wrong there either. Is he as like safe as I would like him to be in the 10K range? No, but at the same time, he's going to offer you massive upside. Ben Griffin, if Scotty Scheffler doesn't exist, he has 5 wins last year.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Probably more wins in that times period than Rory ever has. Oh, well, outside of his very young age, but you know, the last 10 years, he'd have more wins than Rory ever had in that same kind of time frame.
And dare I say that if he beat Scotty in those 2 events, he has more wins than Scotty Scheffler in 2025.
Yeah.
Scotty had 6 wins in 2025. Ben Griffin had 3. If you take away those 2 and add it to him, he's 5-4. Like he would have outwon Scotty Scheffler if Scotty Scheffler, but obviously Scotty Scheffler won. So,
very true.
Okay. So
You'll Know you said you wanted to talk about.
I dived into his stuff. He's a Corn Ferry. He's playing like a lot of his golf on the Corn Ferry Tour right now, and he's playing fine there. He's made 4 cuts in a row. They've all been 33rd or better, and one of them was an 18th at the CJ Cup, Byron Nelson.
To give perspective, he's one of those South Koreans that had to go to military service, and he went right when he was playing good golf. He had to go. It was like the very last moment, or it was right at the time that he had to. And then when he came back, he just was never the same golfer. Yeah. But he has upside. Like he's.
Oh yeah. I mean,
he's a very decent.
So his peak, and then military school, literal dead flat line, and then 3 years.
Yep.
And he's found his stuff, and then bad. Now he's starting to like. This man looks like
you see that
he's seen some shit. 35 years old. Holy cow, that's insane. So he's, this is. I like this. He's found some fairways lately at the coming into a course like this. So I'm not going to spend 1 million minutes on him, but I think he's definitely worth a sprinkle. He won't be mentioned many times this week on podcasts for sure.
We skip Todd. We skip Hughes, believe it or not. And then we get to Seabez.
Who's the perfect, doesn't have enough distance to gain strokes off the tee, but gets here and can potentially gain strokes on the field. So
then there's Eric Cole. We kind of already touched on him.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of pointed me to ADDC having good short game. What was it? US Open. And I was like, I don't really care. And then he finished 23rd or something like that.
30th, yeah, whatever. Made the cut. That's all that matters.
Oh, I think he's in bucket too, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, it was good.
We already touched up on Mac Meisner. We skipped this guy. We skipped this guy. We get to Svensson. So there we go. Svensson is a golfer that we can put in our lineups and feel comfortable playing.
Bezzy has gained off the tee twice of 3 starts at the John Deere Classic, by the way.
Wow. It's all finding fairways, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 11% gained accuracy on the field. 11% more fairways. That's a lot. Double-digit accuracy gained is a lot.
Yeah. Takumi Kanaya, well, Svensson. I mean, I don't know if we need to really talk about him, but he's... Oh, we already did. We're skipping Svensson. We already did. Takumi Kanaya, haven't touched on him. Technically, he works, but that approach is disgusting. And I probably would rather just skip Kanaya. He's a birdie maker, though. He's a birdie maker.
I'm sorry. Adam Svensson's worst finish at the John Deere Classic is that 44th place finish there. 18th, 24th, 21st, 34th, 44th.
Okay. Pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's good course history. Look at it. 28.20.
Yeah, it's very good.
Takumi Kanaya interest you at all?
Now that I'm paying attention to what you're talking about instead of like looking at Adam Svensson, yeah. I mean, if you have one area of your game like that's a problem, I think the other stuff can figure it out.
Yeah, everything else is positive except for his approach.
You know, if he has one good approach week randomly, everything else is there to help. You know, it's not like everything is bad with him. So, you know, I'm going to deep dive in more.
Marty Doe works.
Mm-hmm.
Keegan works.
Mm-hmm.
Small Hands Tom Kim works. And then I've got a honorable mention down here. Oh my God. Not him.
Fabian.
Oh, Gomez. No, I'm not talking about Fabian Gomez.
Okay. No.
Putting didn't really matter. So I'm not not gonna
the best part about the putting is we can filter by that and then like look at literally the best guys. Because remember we had like the top, there was multiple
of the 1 year
top 20s that were inside like the top 10 of putting guys.
Yeah.
The best putters in the field.
Well, here. Again, when it comes to around the green, we already know Mac Meisner's are positive for off the tee and approach. Can you give me 3 of your top guys that have positive off the tee or positive approach to go with the top list here of around the green?
Andrew Putnam.
Okay.
Bezzy.
Like that.
And I'll take a gamble on Keegan this week.
Oh, okay. Well, I get overlap here. I'm gonna go with Tom Kim again. So
I was contemplating between him and Keegan for sure. Yeah,
that works for approach with me. So he's almost a lock to be in my favorite lineup. And then obviously Mac Meisner's there. I'm going with Eric Cole and Bezzy. Those are my 3 that have the one negative off the tee or approach stat to go with the top of around the green. I like Putnam also, and I like Sung Jae. I'm sure I'm going to interchange, of those 3 golfers with those other 2.
And I can assure you that I do not like the 3 guys I mentioned more than the 3 guys you mentioned. I just like them all the same. There's no one here that's like overwhelmingly exciting to me. It's just everyone that we've mentioned in this last minute is good,
Yeah. Which is kind of funny because if you think about what we just did, I think we've created a player pool of like 8 golfers that we really like, or at least up to 8 to 10. That's pretty freaking easy to start building lineups around.
Yeah.
I mean, prices might be difficult, but I'm sure we're going to find the perfect lineup. Add Ben Griffin to the mix. Keegan's going to be up there too. So I mean, you could go, Ben Griffin, Keegan. I don't know. Yeah, no, Ben Griffin is my guy over Eric Cole. I think it's Ben Griffin, Seabez, Tom Kim.
Yeah. And Andrew Putnam will be like $7,000 as well, so yep. I think.
Yeah. I think.
And your first round leader.
Ooh, all right. I like that. Putting. So we want the top dudes, right? Well, there's Jackson Quaven. Small sample size. I don't want anyone else though.
It's very bad. The first person that really shows up is Eric Cole. That's you want to think about playing.
And
Bitch Boy.
Maybe I do want to get back. Well, there's Ben Griffin there too. Maybe it's a Ben Griffin, Eric Cole, Tom Kim thing for me in that previous one.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just kind of stay away from everyone else that's here. I mean, Seabez is here too. So Seabez, Griffin, Cole, they also my around the green guys, and this is the most that I would play from this list of putters.
Yeah.
But Jackson Quaven's up there too. So like this could be a week where 4 good putters or the top putters in the field, finish inside the top 20.
Yeah.
I swear to God, dude, we've got a core of or a player pool of 10 guys, and I think that's it's all solid and it fits the stat, trends that we've seen. This might be the best come back together moment, like everything that we've talked about, we've full circled and found golfers that we like to anchor our lineups around.
Yeah.
It's going to make my Tuesday stream easier. It's going to make my Wednesday stream easier because these are going to be golfers I've already bookmarked in my head of who I want to play.
Yeah. I love the show for many reasons. One, because it's very relaxing. I don't feel like I have to keep the pace like pumping like I do with the other our shows and things. 2, it forces us to like kickstart our week's research. Like I can do the Fantasy Golf Degenerate show right after this now, and I'm fucking without my model, and I'm ready to rock and roll with some stuff. I
100% agree because it is kickstarted. I'm not learning things while I put data together on Mondays. I've already learned more than I need to learn to podcast and do my own thing with.
Yeah, and if we liked someone that like I didn't like as much as you did, that we didn't spend more time on, then you like delve into that a little more. And then I felt like we've also done a good job of being honest with each other about guys that we like versus we don't. If one person did like them, and like Zach Blair, just instance,
100%. I was trying to think of the guy's name. I was like, well, you got me back onto a golfer that I had to think about because of the things we've already talked about, and that was Zach Blair. I forgot who it was, but that's exactly right.
I don't remember who you were, but you also got me on some guys that I will now, when I see their name, be like, oh, I didn't like them, but I think we kind of marched around their data enough to like them. Doug Gim. Yeah, exactly. So to recap, if we can.
Yeah.
Doug Gim.
I mean, this started, if you remember, we went course history 1, 2, recent form 2. This was our 4 golfers to anchor our lineups around. How often did we come across these names? I mean, we saw a lot of Jackson Quaven, a lot of Gim,
not a lot of Keith Mitchell,
some Mitchell, and Goddard was like off the tee only.
Yeah, that Goddard, and that's the thing, we've said it once about someone else. Like what he does best is what matters least here. So
actually the same thing applies to Mitchell. We only saw them off the tee. That was it. Now the approach wasn't good. I didn't pay attention to putting. Maybe Goddard was up there with putting. Did you see? I didn't look.
I think, dude, I don't think so, because
I think he was. Yeah.
No.
Where was he?
He's like
right here.
he's like right. Yeah,
Right in
but
the bottom.
I don't
Technically,
think that
it was. I guess I would have had it like this,
Yeah.
or I would have had it like this, and we wouldn't
Yeah.
have seen Godrup's name. So he
No.
was the
was.
next guy.
I
at
mean,
this
he's a
stage.
fringer.
Yeah, he
So-
is a fringer for sure.
and not playing great right now, but we'll see.
Okay. But yeah, that's, I mean, again, we did the course history 1, 2, 1, 2 for recent form. Got these 4 guys. Kind of
And-
just put us on Gim. Like,
And it's worth noting that the guys with the best course history, no one is coming in here with elite form, because it's the only box you could check after checking 1, 2 of course history was box 2 for recent form.
right.
Which, sorry, you can see recent form box. It's all 2s for those guys over
Yep.
there.
And I mean, if I
And-
remove this, just as you said, as I put these filters in, only 2 is there.
Yeah. So who shows up if we go recent form 1, 2, the other way, like you filter, yeah.
Blades Brown and Sung, you'll know. Well, one doesn't have course history, and the other one is probably after
Wow.
military.
Can we go to the summary page where you see like the success rates and stuff? I'm very curious to see what like the recent form 1 box looks like for these this course, because
So this is John Deere Classic is in here already. Here's your recent form 1. It's pretty high. 26% success rate. I mean, it's only been 6 total, meaning there aren't a lot of golfers that come in here with that recent form. And here you go. Here are all of the golfers and all of their finishing positions.
love this.
So this is all the good recent form coming into the event.
And their
Cam
finishes.
Champ 27th, Ben Griffin miscut, Cootie miscut, Aldrich last year withdraw, Putnam withdraw.
Dude, look at that 2025.
Yeah.
Like recent form got bitched.
I'm trying to also look at course history as we're doing this.
Nobody had good
2023,
recent form. We didn't have 2024 recent form. Nobody.
nobody had good recent form coming into 2024. And then the shit year we had Nick Hardy, which I'm sure maybe that's when they won the Zurich Classic. I don't
Mhm.
remember.
Probably.
2021, Libiota, 8,400. Seamus Power, 9,000. Power had good course history, but Libiota did not. I imagine that's just one event that he played, and it was a missed cut.
Mhm.
But then you had Bo Hauser missed cut in 2021 with good recent form. Johnny Bird missed cut in 2019. T2 for Mr. Francesco Molinari. Jordo, when he was coming in 2015, really good recent form. Jordo in 2014. I mean, that's just Jordan, you know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm right there with you, man. Recent form kind of sucks. Like having good recent. Well, also fields aren't that strong, you know. So it's not the elite guys coming in with good recent form. It's just the pretenders, I guess. You know.
Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting.
But I mean, if the guys that we're looking at with the good recent form, like I do like Blades Brown. So here's how I look at this. I'm either pumping my brakes on Blades Brown, like, hey, even if he's coming in with good recent form, unless he's Jordan Spieth, you know, like young Jordan Spieth.
And Jordan Spieth, when he was on the Texas golf team, he was number 2 to a fellow South African of mine called Brandon Stone, who was the number 1 on their roster. Brandon Stone, I think he's on the Sunshine Tour / DP World Tour now. Jordan Spieth is disappointing everyone weekly now.
Was Brandon Stone like 6'5"? Was he a tall guy?
No, he's like 6'1".
Okay.
My kind of height. I've never noticed him as like a tall guy.
Gotcha.
Didn't play much with him growing up. He was, further north than us. But this is the week that superstars are birthed, like we mentioned earlier. It's
So of that list, though, I mean, like, it kind of makes me really skittish of playing Sung You'll Know, even if I wanted to, because of his good around the green. Like, he was one of those top guys, you know.
But if you put Sanyol knows like Corn Ferry Tour starts in the recent form, that will help pump him out of that box one.
Oh,
for
okay,
certain.
okay.
You know, like I like him enough that I'm giving you an argument. To
Here's
manipulate
a
the
good
data.
rule. Don't play both of these guys in a lineup together. One of them is just not going to play
Yeah.
good enough.
Yeah. And I lied to you. Well, we got to keep him at 18. We got 18, 19, 33, 28. So it would jump him into the second box.
Barely, but yeah. Yep.
And that CJ Cup 18th place is what's doing the recent form for Sanyol. It's only
Yeah,
one
one event. Okay. Yeah, that's it,
Cool.
man. I got nothing
Let's
else
go.
really.
We've got 25 seconds to tell the world, Darbo. Fantasy Golf Degenerates tomorrow coming out. Back 9 bets will be on Tuesday, 3 Eastern. Use code
As will my
BET26.
podcast. I'll be live Tuesday, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Wednesday for members of the YouTube channel. That's usually at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, and I build lineups for people on Tuesdays. We follow the sweet spot process. So, if you want to follow that as well, there we go.
There we go. A happy Monday John Deere Classic to all you Central Time Zone freaks. It is officially John Deere week for me, even though we have the tournament to commence here with Victor Hovland winning versus Scotty Scheffler at plus 125 on BetMGM. We'll be going there.
A 4-hour podcast on basically the John Deere Classic, Byron's event. He'll be there all 4 days. So go check him out. He's got media credentials. Are you walking inside the ropes?
I don't know if I get inside the ropes or not, but for the first 2 days, you don't even have to. You can just, I like to find guys that aren't very popular. Then you can walk intimately with them like you did with Nelly and
Nice.
touch your armpits almost
Nice.
with how close you can get to them. So
How's the 4th of July usually around that area? Pretty good?
I've partied with some of the cart maintenance guys on the 4th of July, my friend. Bryce, the guy that got mentioned on that passed away at the memorial, the CBS
Oh, yeah.
guy. I've met Bryce at the John Deere Classic now back-to-back years. Spent amazing nights with him at the DAC in the daiquiri factory. And I've never seen a man put away frozen slushies like Bryce did. Buddy, he would have 4 slushies in one sitting when me and Tyler were just having one. Zero brain freeze.
That's crazy.
Which made me believe that it's impossible for a car accident to kill the guy, but it happened, man. You know. So we'll be having some memorable DACFAC slushies for Brycey this week, and just enjoying ourselves out there. It's going to be a blast. So
awesome.
Don't know where I'm staying yet either, which is going to be even more fun.
Choose your own adventure.
Choose my own adventure. We're going to have a blast. So I'm thinking about trying to like really lean into the media side and just lean into the like. I want to write a story about each day. I want to like have a purpose for following somebody that I want to like Higo. I want to follow Garrick Higo around because he's so interesting. You know, like if you're going to write a story about someone, make it something interesting.
Yeah,
Higo is like just his demeanor and things you don't see on camera when they're walking in between shots and stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. That's my intentions. We don't know yet.
See if he makes his tea time.
Exactly. I want to like see him warm up and like, okay, like how's this going and stuff. So we'll see how it goes. But either way, we're just going to enjoy one day at a time, have a blast. And if you find me out there, I will buy you a beer or a water or a hot dog or whatever you want to put down your gullet. I will be doing that as long as you come up to me and say hello friendly.
Nice.
I'll be there. So awesome stuff. Dobbs, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's good luck this week.
Let's have ourselves
this
a
is the
week.
week, man. We're gonna it's going to happen well. So
and we'll see Victor Hovland win tomorrow.
Let's do it. It'll be fun. All right, boys and girls. Catch you guys soon.
Peace.
Bye.